this a dream? It's gotta be. Not even a kid could believe in this. When am I going to let go?
Atmosphere. It's the feel of a game, its tone. A creepy atmosphere on its own can be enough to make a player feel uneasy throughout the whole experience, but it's hard to overstate how important atmosphere is in a horror game, because without it, some things just don't work. But first, let's talk about immersion. Immersion is a sense of getting absorbed into a game, how the rest of the world switches off and it's just you and it. You become your character and your mental presence is inside the game. It's important in horror games especially because if you don't feel immersed in the experience, then it's no longer you, the player, who feels in danger, and it's just a character who's in danger. Without immersion, it doesn't really matter what happens to you because you're not there. It isn't really happening. There's a few things a player can do to enhance their experience with the game before they even play it. Ever since the first time I played my first real horror game, which was Amnesia: The Dark Descent, it's recommended that I play the game with headphones in a dark room, which I've kept doing to this very day on all of the horror games I've ever played. It's immensely frustrating to see people play horror games on YouTube and get their friends around to play something spooky in broad daylight with the TV volume down low, and then they complain it isn't affecting them. The idea is to block out everything else so it's just you and the game. If there are other things distracting you, then there shouldn't be. That's not to say that even then the game will still be immersive after that. There are lots of things in games that break immersion and remind you that you're once again playing a game rather than having an experience. Bad voice acting, janky animations, glitches, things that don't make sense, bad controls, awkward combat, sound design problems, narrative issues, and many, many more things can drag you out of it time and time again, and once that immersion is broken, the game has to work pretty hard to get you invested again, and most of the time it just doesn't. And sometimes you just don't feel a connection to a game at all, which is just fine. It's not for you. Nothing you do will make you feel immersed in something you're not interested in, and that's fine. There are lots of ways games make experiences more immersive, like frictional games and their hands-on controls. Using the mouse to pull open drawers is more immersive than pushing a button to open a drawer or cupboard. The Stalker series has its A-Life system where the NPCs have schedules and do realistic things. Combat between them takes place naturally and it feels less artificial and more like a real, living, breathing world. I always found first-person perspectives were the most immersive, since it feels like you're looking through the eyes of your character to the events of the game. But it doesn't really need any of these things. They just help. I say all this because without immersion, the atmosphere just won't affect you. But once you're immersed, you can soak it all in. But what makes up an atmosphere? It's often a combination of things from visual aesthetic style to music and sound design. A good atmosphere can make you feel lonely, isolated and tense, and even make environments around you feel creepy and spooky, like you're not alone. It can make you feel overbearing anxiety and hopelessness can overtake you. A good atmosphere can make you feel pure dread and despair, like the area you're in is where you'll meet your end, to the point where it takes next to nothing to scare the player because they're already on edge. In Fatal Frame, you've got the dark, almost colourless wooden Japanese structures, and that monotonous drone that fades in and out. It's spooky, almost supernatural. You feel lonely and cold. In Silent Hill 2, there's the intro to the town, which is murky and weird. The game has a dirty look, and with the dense fog and discordant jumble of notes, whooshing noises and jittering sounds, it's a surreal combination that makes the place feel bizarre and alien, despite being so otherwise mundane. But it's important to note that nothing is happening right now. You're just there, walking through the environment. The difference between a good atmosphere and a bad atmosphere for me is how often you don't feel anything whilst nothing is happening. Games often have a point where they'll suddenly introduce the music or cue a scripted event and you know something is coming. Like Resident Evil 7 has Evelyn's room, and for the first time outside of a boss fight, the music starts to seep in, and it's one of the creepiest parts of the game. But for the rest of the time, that's the time that's important, because most games aren't exclusively made up of creepy moments. In the original Resident Evil 2, the music is constantly playing, and the sound of Claire's footsteps reverberate greatly as she walks along the corridor, and it feels oppressive. The camera angle points down on her and she seems small, and all she's doing is walking from one room to the next, not to mention the door opening screens, which, whether you love them or hate them, provide tension just by existing. In the remake, there's just nothing. There's no soundtrack, the sound design makes you feel like you're walking through a police station, which is realistic, because you are, but there's nothing inherently creepy about it. The atmosphere just isn't present. The camera position aids the third-person shooter gameplay, but not the atmosphere. The doors are realistically a gateway from one room to the next with no interruptions or tension. A game like Colat has many electrifying supernatural moments, but it also has hours of just walking from one location to the next without anything to sustain the atmosphere in that time, and if the game has more nothing than something, then in my opinion it needs improving. The last thing you really want to experience in a horror game for me is boredom. The sensation that you should be frightened or tense right now, but you aren't. There's a difference between waiting for something to happen and dreading something happening. There's so many things you can do to improve an atmosphere. Things like story events can change the atmosphere. Like at the start of Sagebrush, it seems like just another country farm until the game tells you it was the place where a mass suicide took place, which changes the atmosphere immediately. Now it's not just abandoned buildings, it's the last place people lived before they took their own lives. On the other hand, Welcome to Hanwell's streets are devoid of all human life and houses are boarded up. Cars have been abandoned and all you know is that there was an anomaly. You don't know what's happened here and there's an eerie silence in the street that provides apprehension. Amnesia: The Dark Descent is filled with scripted events and small things that spook the player into feeling tense and paranoid. Footsteps from the floor above make you feel like you're not alone, and the pained noises with no identifiable source can trick you into thinking you're being followed or something is lurking nearby. But sometimes just a dark, blood-filled environment is all you really need to put a player on edge. Just, what happened here?
What's happening? Oh, it feels like my chest is going to burst. Oh. My God! Wilhelm, do something!
Accept it. We're not getting out of here.
How can you say that? Alexander, you piece of shit! Let us out of here!
Sometimes level design itself will provide all the suspicion a player needs to start feeling apprehensive to move forwards. Like long corridors in Dead Space always made me feel like something was waiting for me at the end, or would ambush me before I even made it to the end. It's important to note that not all horror games need to be constantly oppressive, experiences that drain the player. Just ask anyone who's completed Alien Isolation, but it needs to have something. Horror games need to have an atmosphere to build the rest of the experience on, and you know what comes next. We all find different things frightening, and every horror game has its audience, whether it be ghosts, demons, aliens, other humans, or threats from beyond the veil. And games have used a wide variety of ways to scare players for decades. I often find though that the scares section is the hardest to write for all of the reviews, mostly because it's a complex topic. If you saw the Atmosphere video, then welcome back. If not, then I recommend seeing that first. Atmosphere is what helps make the things I'm going to talk about in this video work. So let's get started. Every game sets out to do different things. Psychological horror games usually focus on creating a deep feeling horror that almost blends with the atmosphere, and other games rely on jump scares or chase sequences to inflict panic or terror. There's a reason why it's difficult to put one game ahead of another in terms of scares, because not all games need them and not all games use the same things. Most of the time when I find people were disappointed by an experience, it wasn't necessarily because it was bad, but because they expected one thing and got something else. It's important to realise that not all games are meant to be scarefests. A lot of games will resort to cheap scares, which is normally just startling the player. A cheap scare can happen whenever players aren't ready for it and takes next to no effort to execute it all.
Jess! Buddy, you in there? Ah! Whoa!
Characters scaring other characters in Until Dawn, enemies getting up and suddenly fighting you in Dead Space. It just needs to catch the player off guard.
What the hell is that doing in there anyway?
Jump scares can really be anything, but mostly fall into the tropes of loud noises and something appearing in front of the player. Anybody can be shocked by anything at any time, but loud noises are a broad spectrum that work on almost anyone. Just look at the jump scares in Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. It's almost humiliating that you got frightened by a cute cardboard skeleton. But when they use sparingly, they can be terrifying. The use of tension and building dread in Five Nights at Freddy's culminates in a single jump scare that you spend your entire time playing trying to avoid. It's arguable that everything that builds up to the jump scare is scarier than the jump scare though.
We must hurry.
Whilst it's very common and easy for jump scares to amount to nothing more than a loud noise, there's sometimes an art to making them work. Layers of Fear lures you into a scripted event with a rat running into a fire, which is a pretty bizarre thing to see, and it's usually worth looking at. But as you turn around, a humanoid-shaped pile of books suddenly lunges at you, which is a shock. It really feels as though the game is messing with you, and the best part about this specific event is if the player chooses to ignore the rat and move on, then nothing happens at all, which saves the game face. This is important because nothing detracts more from a horror game's ability to scare the player than things not working, or things working when they aren't meant to. The more seams the player sees in the game's design, the less likely they are to be afraid of it. Suspension of disbelief is really important in horror games. In Emily Wants to Play, jump scares are the price you pay for failing one of the doll's challenges, which can happen pretty often. I personally find it very easy to become desensitized to relentless jump scares when it's the same one used over and over. Using the same tactics to scare the player will almost certainly either tire them out or desensitize them to the experience, in the same way that constant stealth in Alien Isolation becomes somewhat tiring by the end. And when the player isn't afraid of the consequences of failing, then the rest of the experience doesn't matter, because they've gone past the point where the game can scare them. Fear in horror games is generated by a multitude of things, from the aforementioned moments in Five Nights at Freddy's where you lose track of one of the robots and start to panic trying to find them, to a grunt appearing in Amnesia or The Dark Descent and you have to suddenly run or hide. The moments when you think you're in danger. Most of these moments only work when the player is immersed and relies heavily on the atmosphere to make events like these as frightening as they are. Fear can also just be irrational, and things like enemy design can go a long way to inflict fear when there isn't even any danger. The very first time I encountered a golem in Haunting Ground, there was a lot of apprehension that the large earth-coloured entity may hurt me, when in reality they never attack Fiona and only move when you insert plates into them. Things like this are only possible thanks to design and atmosphere. Horror games are usually more than the sum of their parts. For a long time now, the feeling of vulnerability and helplessness has been a key factor to increasing fear in horror games. Being able to kill the enemies presented in front of you is empowering to a degree, and taking that away from the player can be both intimidating and potentially frustrating, but no one way is better than the other. Whilst not being able to fight the enemies in Outlast makes them more frightening to run away from or sneak around, making the combat more frantic and visceral like in Lost in Vivo can also stress the player out for each new encounter, whilst making them feel weak even though they're armed. For me, the spiders in System Shock 2 are the most horrifying creatures in any game I've ever played and cause me immediate revulsion. The design, the noises they make, the fact they're hard to hit with melee weapons and difficult to shoot because of their speed and resistance to energy weapons, and the toxic damage they inflict, all come together to create what is for me the most terrifying enemy in any game I've played thus far. But this is specific to me, and many people might not find the spiders to be frightening at all. Fear can really be triggered by anything, and that's what makes horror games so fascinating. That moment where your stomach drops, when you know what's happening. Silent Hill 3 has the moment where you enter the mirror room and find that you can't leave. There's the building fear that you're going to die as you frantically try to open the door after searching the room for another way out. Black veins race across the floor and you've got no idea what's happening or how to stop it. Your reflection turns black as you lose all hope because from this brief moment, you're at the mercy of the game. Creating an enemy in a horror game is easy to do, but also easy to get wrong. A truly intimidating enemy should be both powerful but creepy. Nemesis from Resident Evil 3 was a terrifying and seemingly unstoppable monster that was both extremely powerful thanks to his ability to throw Jill around, but also because he kept returning to confront Jill every time she thought she got away. Entering combat with him was extremely dangerous, and thanks to the tank controls, Jill felt like she was always at a major disadvantage. The same goes for the alien in Alien Isolation. It's faster, stronger, and has more acute senses than you, to the point that shooting it does nothing but annoy it, and it can tell when you're hiding in a locker. But there's a point where the enemies are portrayed as too powerful, and dying often to the same antagonist can build resentment towards it, and eventually just numb the player to death. So it's really a fine line. In Lethe, the murderous woman that chases the player near the end of the game can be stunned by throwing things at her, and she stops chasing after a small walk away from her, which just stops her being terrifying and makes her come across as just an inconvenience. Same goes for the monster that follows the player in Mists of Aden. It's moving way too slowly for it to ever catch up with you, and its general appearance comes across as bizarre rather than frightening. Ideally, normal enemies need to be like the zombies in Resident Evil, not initially threatening but still difficult to deal with. Alone in the Dark, the new Nightmare makes enemies feel like an annoyance rather than a threat, with the game having an abundance of both weapons and ammunition as well as health kits when you get hurt. This makes combat very easy, whereas Resident Evil, if you haven't been careful with your ammo, you'll be fighting enemies with a knife, which will go very badly unless you're very good at the game. What makes this so frightening is the difference between the save systems both games use. Resident Evil of course has the ink ribbons and typewriters, which is a finite amount of saves in a specific location, meaning that if you save too often you'll run out, and if you die you'll go back to the last typewriter you used, which adds a lot of stress to the gameplay. Whereas Alone in the Dark allows the player to save whenever and wherever they want, and at least in the PC version provided an overwhelming number of save charms to use. Often the fear of dying comes from losing progress, and when that's not a problem, then dying isn't that much of a big deal. Forcing enemy interactions through cutscenes is also very hit or miss. In games like Bloodwash, the Wound Ripper appears to be deadly, but you don't really interact with it until the end of the game. Depending on whether the player notices this or not, it'll either make the Wound Ripper appear as terrifying as the developers intended, or it'll remove all of the fear entirely, since they don't personally feel threatened. Psychological horror is often perceived as games messing with their players with either mind-bending scenery or confusing and dread-filled environments and plotlines. It's mostly done with atmosphere and graphic design rather than any kind of entity. Silent Hill is both one of the first and the best examples of psychological horror. The town of Silent Hill itself almost feels like a character in its bizarre, changing environments and seemingly horrifying and nonsensical transitions from an eerie, contemporary setting to something more akin to a nightmare. Its scares often have dramatic builds up that lead to absolutely nothing, and sudden loud noises occur with no identifiable source. A common trope of psychological horror is the game trying to replicate the effect of losing one's sanity. It's often done badly, usually portrayed as a swirling screen in games like Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth or Blair Witch. It's not to say that some games don't do it well though. The idea that the game is messing with you can be done in many ways, and it's often done to make the player lose grip of the reality placed within the game. It's very easy to desensitize a player to weird events by allowing them to completely lose track of what's meant to be going on. In Layers of Fear 2, the player is shuffled through strange and incomprehensible environments with a story that's poorly conveyed to the player, and it's very easy just to give up trying to figure out what's happening and just press on despite it. Psychological horror is often best conveyed through the story, and bringing up Silent Hill yet again, Silent Hill 2 is one of the most text-box examples of psychological horror done right. The game messes with the player by presenting James, who's received a letter from his dead wife. This immediately unsettles the player because they know that's impossible, making James come across as unhinged or confused. As the game goes on, the frightening and immensely sad consequences of his actions become clear, and it's revealed that there was no letter, and when checked in the game's inventory, the letter he received is blank. The characters in the game, especially Maria, taunt and gaslight him, whilst other characters like Angela come across as broken in her own deeply saddening way. It's haunting to realise, and it was often enough just to make me feel like I was doing something wrong by playing the game. Whilst no form of horror is better or worse than another, I find that psychological horror lingers long after the game is turned off. And that's the end of the video. This was a pretty complex video, and there was a lot of stuff I probably missed because there's just so many ways games can be scary, and I don't think I could ever hope to cover them all in one video. Next time we'll be talking about sound design and how important it is in horror games. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to support the channel on Patreon and get access to some sporadically released reviews including Sweet 776, and soon I'll be reviewing Rule of Rose for Patreon supporters too, as a thank you, then you can head over to Patreon. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I think scares are important, I did not scream like a banshee or run away from the computer, and advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. and welcome to part 3 in the Harry Mason scale videos. If you've seen parts 1 and 2, then welcome back. If not, that's okay, this one is separate to those two. This video is best played with headphones on, in a dark room if you can. Don't worry, there's no jump scares in this video, in fact watching it is completely optional. Listening to it though is essential.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Sound design is something all games have. As long as a game has music and sound effects, it has some level of sound design, no matter how imperceptible it may be or how little effort seems to have gone into it. Today we're going to be listening to music, examining sound effects, and talking about voice acting in horror games. Music plays a heavy part in most horror game experiences and turns even the most unassuming moments into moments of apprehension, fear, or bewilderment. When the music suddenly shifts to something tense, it almost always affects the player too, whether they're aware of it or not. The music we're talking about here just plays in the background of certain areas and gives them a feeling. The spooky, dreamlike pieces that play during your time in the Manor of Sleep in Fatal Frame 3 have an unearthly feeling to them, like you're drifting through another world or lost on the moon, which is exactly what the game is trying to convey, since the Manor of Sleep is implied to exist in a dream world itself. Music affects the atmosphere the most, and some games rely on it heavily to tinge otherwise normal-looking places with an emotion. In Scratches, the house seems somewhat normal to begin with, but as you explore the place and the music that plays in the background is a melancholy dirge of pianos and string instruments that makes the house seem sad and empty. I'm sure for people who play horror games a lot, there's certain pieces of music that will always conjure up a specific area or feeling when heard. It's just that powerful, though this isn't exactly exclusive to horror games. Incidental music is when music starts playing to emphasize something happening. A classic example of this is the kind of musical stab that's played to add shock to a jump scare, but they can go deeper than that. Many people will argue that all video game music is incidental music, but for the most part, normal background music starts playing when you enter an area, rather than when something specifically happens. With a game like Amnesia: The Dark Descent, the chase music is essentially a grating noise that's designed to instill fear in a player as they run away from the enemies. Games like Outlast have specific music that plays when you instigate a chase, and it's used in a lot of other games too. One of my favourite pieces of incidental music is from Soma. It plays when you approach Tau after the long and terrifying run through the abyss. The music itself gives a feeling of desolation and uncertainty, like where you're going is barely any better than where you've been. The more strange and disturbing a music piece is, the more it will probably have an impact on the player. This piece from Silent Hill 2 plays when you reach the 3rd floor in the apartments, which, unless you stop to listen to it, will not even really get started before the game moves on to the next piece of music as you pass through the door. But it feels as if something is going to happen if you wait, so maybe it is best to leave. The effect of sound effects can be everlasting, but it's mostly subjective how they affect people. A person might find a door opening sound creepy and another may think nothing of it. But nowadays, a game without sound effects is usually considered unfinished. You need to have sound feedback for things that the player does. It's really about setting a tone with a specific sound. The start game button in Silent Hill 2 has that no way back feeling, or maybe that you started something that you shouldn't have. On the other hand, the more visceral sounding blasts and stomps from Dead Space sound disgusting, but there's also a certain satisfaction of delivering a deserved fate for the vile necromorphs. It enhances the experience of combating them. Whilst all of these are the kind of things you expect to hear after interacting with things, the more interesting sound effects come from the environment around the player. Good sound design can do far more for the experience than graphics can, especially in horror games. There are of course thousands of games that use sound effects to bring environments to life by simply existing. Running water, burning torches, buzzing lights. These little things do immeasurable good to a game's atmosphere and can leave a game feeling static and artificial when they're not there. Even the sound of wind blowing can make something eerie. A little bit of sound design can go a long way. But excelling with sound design has infinite rewards. Going back to Dead Space, just stopping in any part of the Ishimura will often reward headphone users with a plethora of strange metallic ambience, whispers, hums, and other ghostly or alien noises, which is part music, part sound effects playing in the area. It makes even walking through an empty area feel like something is going to happen. Whether this is noticed by the player or not, it's still working away in the background. Summer of '58 used the same tricks continuously, and the problem with the repeated use of the same technique was that it came across as artificial, but still managed to make me jump long after I realized that it was a loop. Sometimes a sound you can't identify the location of can be terrifying. Amnesia Rebirth's fort area is filled with scripted events to make you feel like you're constantly being watched, but one of the more interesting ones uses the sound of feet that surrounds the player when the lights go out, making you feel like there's something in the dark with you, but you can't see it. I found this intolerable and had to escape the corridor every time it happened to me. Then there are things that are just nice to have. Directional audio can help with identifying the location of monsters. When you hear a roar with the headphones on, good directional audio can place it behind you to the left without you ever having to turn around and face it. Decent reverb can also make things both seem realistic spatially, with deep reverb in large rooms and stunted reverb in carpeted offices or something similar. It's yet another tool for placing you in the environment. The best games use all of these to their advantage. Good sound design enhances literally everything. Bad sound design can drag a player right out of the moment. Like in Emily Wants to Play, the lamp in the middle of the garage is unnaturally loud and doesn't make sense the kind of noises it produces either. It's not a speaker, it's a lamp. The same goes for the music that just doesn't fit in or sounds bad. If you've never heard it, here's the basement music from the DualShock version of Resident Evil 1. It's hard to believe they thought this was a good idea. When sound design is bad, the atmosphere suffers. It reminds you that you're playing a game, and one that's not as well designed as you'd expect.
I needed to remove the flesh from the bone. At first, I was lost as to how, but then I sawed it off with a handsaw, boiled it, then put the bone in a mortar. I had to get one, obviously. This was not something I'd done before. Finally, I mixed the dust with some white paint. It made for a lovely undercoat.
Voice acting has a range of effects on people, from something so realistic that it's harrowing, saddening, or heartfelt, to something so bad that it's almost comedic. I think a lot of people will agree that the voice acting in the original Resident Evil leaves a lot to be desired, but there is something to be said about cheesy B-movie voice acting that only enhances that specific vibe. At the end of the day, it's down to appropriation. Does bad voice acting suit the experience?
September 9th, 5:40 p.m. The mansion was nowhere to be seen on the map, so we finally had to ask the locals how to find it. They told us that Himuro Mansion had been empty for several decades now. The same ones who told us where it was also warned us not to come here, which was quite disconcerting.
In Fatal Frame, the voice acting is incredibly wooden. It's never bothered me a great deal, but there's no denying that it hurts some of the more frightening moments and makes a lot of characters more robotic and the player unsympathetic towards them.
Congratulations! Honestly, I mean it. Well done. I was only joking about the come get 'em thing. What say we celebrate with some nice, relaxing cyanide, huh? I'm sure I saw some anthrax lying around as well.
Penumbra Black Plague's voice acting isn't bad, but the tone the characters use take me out of the moment time and time again. For the voice of a hive mind infection, Clarence sounds like he should be doing stand-up comedy, and Amabel, the last survivor of a doomed research center, just sounds abnormally chipper and makes jokes too. It's hard to get past things like this, as they feel like they don't belong in the situations they're in, and it seriously detracts from the grim and desperate situation the game is centered around. Voice acting needs to fit in with what's going on, because that's what it boils down to, immersion and conveying the events in the story accordingly. The more voice acting fits into a scenario, the less the player is going to notice or take them out of the moment. The original Resident Evil 2's cheesy voice acting fits in with the dramatic story of the original game, along with its 90s soundtrack, and that's fine. The remake tells the same story, but the voice acting is more serious and reserved, and that fits with the game just fine. But if you used one set for the other, it would come across as jarring, and not just with the change in audio quality. Sound design is the glue that holds the atmosphere together. It contributes to the scares, it can help enhance the gore, it can bring a story to life. Sound design is important, it's essential, and the more time put into it, the better.
You must understand, Cash. I could never let them go. Where were your family when you were facing your final moments in the chamber anyway? You've left your old life, your old self behind. I'm all the family you need now.
Thank you for watching today's video. Next time I'll have a remake of Resident Evil 7 review for you. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to support the channel on Patreon and get access to some sporadically released reviews, including Sweet 776, a video explaining how my horror reviews are made, and the upcoming reviews are of Until Dawn and Rule of Rose for Patreon supporters too, as a thank you. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion on horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I think sound design is incredibly important, I did not scream like a banshee or run away from the computer, and I advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Hello and welcome to part 4 in the Harry Mason scale videos. If you've seen the previous videos, then welcome back. If not, then that's okay, this one is a standalone video too. This will obviously contain a fair amount of gore, unpleasant scenes, and some difficult topics. Today we'll be looking at blood, body horror, and other unpleasant things. For me, gore is a means to an end. It's there to either make something impactful or to make something unpleasant. It can be both fun and scary, but also grim, and when it's used appropriately in horror games, it can make for a welcome addition to the experience or a powerful tool to enhance moments. It goes without saying that a lot of horror games use blood, and there's a multitude of ways it can leave an impact on people by just existing. Blood can lead players to their objectives, it can be fun when it's coming out of their enemies, and sometimes it can also paint a picture of what's happened. Blood draws attention to itself whenever it's present, and seeing lots of it implies that something terrible took place for it to be there. Sometimes it's subtle, like the bloody handprints in Fatal Frame 1, where a trail leads along the wall like someone being dragged away, and even though it happened a long time ago, the stains remain. In Outlast, blood is used plentifully, indicating the brutal deaths befallen of the guards and patients in their clashes together. Outlast often uses blood to show you where to go, with streaks of it leading up to a vent where someone escaped that way, and the shape of it allows you to see a scuffle or footprints where someone walks through it. Using your imagination can often be more impactful than straight up showing you. Messages written on the wall in blood are almost always more unsettling than normal because, whether you think about it or not, it's written in someone else's bodily fluids. A lot of this stuff is just common sense, but people can react to gore in different ways. Some people see blood in a game and think that it's something to avoid, and some see it as an invitation. Some of the best uses will show only the way forward as a bloody path, forcing the player to confront something they may not want to. On the other hand, blood splatters when shooting enemies can be a lot of fun, especially if the enemy in question is difficult to deal with or just generally unpleasant. We're all killers in video games, and watching things we don't like bleed fits into games like Manhunt and Dead Space effortlessly. Putting these horrific creatures out of their misery is necessary, but doesn't mean it can't also be fun. Some games use gore as a reward, like finding all the executions in Manhunt. All of them are unpleasant, but morbid curiosity will keep you trying to find new ones. It's really down to the events and circumstances that make blood either a grim reminder or a fun tool, and sometimes it doesn't need to be there at all. But we'll talk about that a little later. There's something about body horror that really seems to sink deep into the realms of disturbing. The feeling that the human body shouldn't be altered is almost instinctual. The more personal the body horror is, the more intense the response. To start off with, we have the necromorphs of Dead Space, who are of course horrific mutations of human victims, twisted to be almost unrecognizable and seemingly in endless agony. Dead Space 2 opens up with a scene of a man in mid-transformation, and it's an insight into the horrible way that it takes place. Even stuff that's relatively down to earth like Tassie Trianon's pregnancy and Amnesia Rebirth can be a source of body horror, with all the falling and injuries that befall her and her daughter she carries throughout the game. System Shock 2 has the crew of the Von Braun, who've been overtaken by the parasitic lifeforms known as the Many, and the fear comes less from their appearance and more from their speech. They tell you to run away or beg you to kill them. They don't want to live like this, but don't have a choice.
His face looks like it's melting.
The genetically modified children of Sanitarium are one of the best examples that comes to mind. Because of their innocence, they don't seem to understand what's happening to them is unnatural, and finding them rooted to the ground, missing legs, or having horrifically mutated bodies and faces is just very distressing. The children just adapt to it and let it happen, not knowing any better, and it's painfully sad and kind of horrifying to witness. On a similar level, Soma used body horror to ask the question of how much robotic mutation can the human body take before it's no longer human. With machine-like entities that seem to live in a dream world or in constant agonizing pain, with the game's structure gel fusing them to electronics, replicating body parts, or swelling them up until they're bloated. But what's worse is that the whole thing was done under a computer's idea of saving lives. It's not concerned for the victim's comfort or humanity, because those aren't things that it understands. It just wants to keep it alive, even though it doesn't truly understand what life is, and in many ways the true body horror is almost the intent. Another example is Outlast Whistleblower, with the deranged Eddie Gluskin, who performs crude and fatal surgeries on the male patients to transform them into his vision of a perfect partner. It's done in such a way to come across as needlessly brutal and senseless, but that's not really where it ends. Where the body horror really begins comes in the form of dysphoria encountered when Eddie Gluskin keeps trying to coerce Waylon Park, a male computer technician, to accept a life of bearing his children, and to many this is immeasurably uncomfortable. Through his intent, Mr. Gluskin promises to involuntarily change Waylon wrongly forever. These sort of things can be effectual deep down in a unique way that only body horror can. The human imagination is often far more effective than seeing something on screen, because your imagination will conjure up something specific to you. Diary entries like the one in Scratches paint a horrifying scene of a man being ripped apart, and I'm just going to read it to you so you can envision what's happening here. March 4th. Finally, I've managed to see them. My God, what a disturbing spectacle. When we arrived, they were moving around the village very slowly, without speaking or communicating with each other, each minding his or her own business, completely alien to the rest of the world. They were filthy looking, coarse, and downright disgusting. I couldn't see any weapons, but they could have been stored somewhere. It was all very strange behavior in a tribe. They must be quite unique. Then, as if they had suddenly all become possessed by some wild spirit, they began shaking spasmodically and screaming like mad. Some of them dropped to their knees and lifted their heads to the sky, eyes blank and moaning in an indescribable way. Two of them walked away, still in that monotonous, slow manner, and in great contrast to the rest of the scene, into a shack. The next minute they brought out into the open an odd-looking mask. Its shapes, colours, and overall looks, whilst unsettling, were mesmerising, and I felt instantly hypnotised by it. It rendered my modest collection of African curiosities into dull and uninteresting items. The mask was very ominous, and the whole tribe seemed to greatly revere it. Soon they began to gather around it and move in circles, fluttering and chanting a guttural psalm. Judging by their motions and the aspect of the whole ritual, it must have been some kind of war ritual. I'm not sure how to explain what happened next, as I feel my pulse is already throbbing. Words fail me to recount the most disturbing thing I've ever witnessed. One of the male villagers walked into the middle, near the mask, by his own will. It was almost an automatic act. All of a sudden, the remaining members became silent. I can't tell for how long it lasted, but I was afraid to breathe. I think Dolby and the others were also scared. They wouldn't even blink. I remember being soaked wet and expectant. The silence was so unnatural. Then a few members separated from the people circling the mask and jumped on the single villager, beating him to death. To be completely faithful to the events, the small crowd tore him apart. They grabbed his legs in twos and threes and twisted them in a manner I dare not describe. His face was disfigured with their bare fingernails and teeth, and the torso soon disappeared under the frenzied tangle of hands. In a matter of a few minutes, the villager was turned into a red sack of bones. Not one of the attackers had the compassion to snap his neck during the sickening process. All was very methodical, as if it was just another mundane task. The most terrifying aspect, though, was that the victim didn't even cringe. The silence was so deep I could hear his flesh ripping. I would expect any living creature to scream its guts out in such a condition. I can't tell whether he was drugged or half asleep, but I did recognize him dancing like everybody else before walking into the middle of the circle. It was the most outrageous and sadistic sacrifice I ever heard of. I don't think I will ever forget what I saw. Gore doesn't necessarily need to be something you see. A well-written scene can put the image straight into your imagination, and whilst it's painting the same scene, the details will always come across differently in each individual's mind, in the same way that artists' depictions of book characters all vary slightly. Your vision is unique to you. Gore often treads the fine line of being so realistic that it's difficult to stomach and so unrealistic that it's laughable. Lots of games try to aim for the most realistic gore imaginable, but that's not always the best approach. One of the reasons I don't talk about graphics a lot in the reviews is because it often rarely matters as much as style does. It's a highly subjective topic and therefore up for debate, but in my opinion, Just because something is more graphically impressive doesn't always mean that it's going to be more impactful, or people wouldn't be making horror games with PlayStation 1 graphics all the time. There is something gnarly about the less detailed approach that maybe lends more to the imagination rather than the design. Design is really where things either excel or fail. For example, throughout the Resident Evil series, the zombies have seen quite a few changes, but one of the highlights to me is the Resident Evil 2 remake, where the zombies just really look like people and it's kind of harrowing to shoot their legs and watch them crawl towards you. But also I think the original Resident Evil 3 zombies, where their skins have begun to rot and they look like they're wasting away, is just as nasty. Sometimes a really gnarly design choice can be better than something that's bland but graphically impressive. When I'm writing the reviews for Gore, it's often what stood out the most to me personally. Some things are visually the same but don't garner the same response from me. Here are 3 different decapitations, from Murder House, Manhunt and Until Dawn. See if you can figure out which one got me the most uncomfortable. The most important part of Gore is usually whether or not it needs to be there at all. It can be wildly inconsistent across games, but something that's incredibly important. For story purposes, Gore needs to be in games like Resident Evil 2. A lot of policemen died in the Raccoon City Police Department, and recently, so you expect to find mutilated corpses. Zombies eat flesh, and it would make sense to see them devouring people. It wouldn't make sense to find a slew of bodies in a game like Among the Sleep or Mundawn. The game's stories simply don't call for it. In Among the Sleep, Gore wouldn't fit in with the game's tone, and no one dies in Mundawn. Often I end up giving the point to games for simply not having any gore when they shouldn't have any. Getting it right is more important than how detailed the developers can make it. In the same vein, having excessive gore beyond realism is often more harmful than it is beneficial. For me at least, I found Outlast 2 had so many dead bodies and mutilated remains that it was just not only unrealistic but desensitizing. For the number of shacks where people could realistically live, I found there were often pits of bodies and corpses strung up everywhere, like the body count vastly outnumbered the population. Whilst it certainly got the message across of how barbaric the people were, there were so many that it was a struggle to believe. On top of that is the desensitization. Seeing corpses over and over again, no matter how horribly mutilated they are, often loses impact as the player is continuously exposed to them. Desensitization is a problem in games where the repetitive action of doing something drains the impact of doing it, just like a player will eventually acclimatize to constant jump scares. Seeing gory things has the same impact. By the end of the original Outlast, I often felt I was seeing less bodies, but it wasn't that there were less, it was just that I didn't pay attention to them anymore. Ultimately, gore goes hand in hand with horror games to the point that it's often one of the first things people think of. From grotesque monsters to chewed up bodies, gore is always going to be there, whether it's there to shock and upset, or remind you how bad things can get. Nothing gets under your skin in the same way as seeing someone else being removed from theirs. Thank you for watching today's video. Next time I'll have a review of Doom 3. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to support the channel on Patreon and get early access to certain videos and some special thank you reviews and stuff, then hop on over. I'm also writing the Halloween schedule and weekly updates and stuff, which are for free. You don't have to be a supporter to see them. They're also on Patreon. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion of horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I felt uncomfortable, I did not scream like a banshee or run away with the computer, and I advise you don't either. There'll be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. Let's go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace.
Of August, 1839. I wish I could ask how much you remember. I don't know if there will be anything left after I consume this drink. Don't be afraid, Daniel. I can't tell you why, but know this. I choose to forget. Try to find comfort and strength in that fact. There is a purpose. You are my final effort to put things right. God willing, the name Alexander of Brandenburg still invokes bitter anger in you. If not, this will sound horrible. Go to the inner sanctum, find Alexander, and kill him.
Hello and welcome to part 5 in the Harry Mason scale videos. If you've seen the previous videos, then welcome back. If not, that's okay, this one is a standalone video too. The medium of video games is one of the most immersive, but also one of the most complicated ways to tell a story, and there's nothing really like them. A lot goes into them, and not all games tell stories the same way. Unlike the linear progression of a movie or book, a game's interactivity allows so many other ways for the player to discover the plot, meet the characters, and read up on the backstory. And missing any of these can give the impression of skipping a page in a book or phasing out during a movie. There's a lot of ways to tell a story with a game, and conveying it is often difficult.
Speaking of which, you wasted all of that food. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, if it weren't poisoned, then I would have had some.
Pardon?
Normally, I find diary entries to be boring. Long amounts of text just don't get through to me, and the less relevant it is to something I'm interested in, then the less likely it is to stick with me. When I started reading the diary entries in Fatal Frame, I was surprised just how creepy I found them when they were mostly just research clippings on the rituals conducted by the Humero family. While some of them weren't exactly written eloquently and had a lot of flaws, the content of the rituals were often dark and foreboding enough to get me to stop and read each new one to see where they went with it. However, in Outlast, the first couple of diary entries were so vague and uninteresting that I paused the game to read them less and less as the game went on, and only really found one around the middle of the game that piqued my interest when it spoke about Richard Traeger. In Amnesia: The Dark Descent, one of the most helpful things was that the most important diary entries were actually voice acted, and you can feel the emotion in Daniel's voice as he explains the dark mystery surrounding him. It also helped that the game developers marked them in a set of 3, so the player can tell they missed one, and no matter which one you picked up, it would always be in the right order.
And interest. As I write, my thoughts are drawn to my nightmares in which a most disturbing sound calls to me. A sound defying description. A voice from the void. The last few weeks have been awful, with so many sleepless nights dreading a repeat of those horrid dreams.
On top of all this, they ended on cliffhangers, and sometimes Daniel's past was more interesting than what was going on. Little conveniences like this go a long way to getting the backstory across to players without making them feel like the experience is being brought to a halt, even when it is.
Of the village. We must perform the ritual again. The Kosabi alone is not enough. Look, if they are not twins, there is no meaning.
Audio logs are the equivalent to diary entries but have the benefit of voice acting. It's always nicer to put a voice to words and hear how they're feeling. A great example of this is the spirit radio from Fatal Frame 2. You can find crystals throughout the game and then pause it and listen to the thoughts of ghosts you exorcised, and some of it is deeply creepy as the voices are all strained and almost moaning to get through the static. You can hear their thoughts and what they're feeling. It gives an aspect to the enemies that you'd otherwise know nothing about, though they're not always informative. there's a lot of ways to spark intrigue in a player, and this is one of the best examples I can think of. In Soma, you're introduced to the Warden unit by your friend Catherine, who describes it as a station-wide artificial intelligence. The Warden unit takes on the role of antagonist of the game. It never directly communicates with protagonist Simon, and its motives, as explained by Catherine, are that it's now programmed to keep humanity alive at all costs, but it seems to not understand what humanity entails. Once you reach Omicron Station, you find a glass case which seems to hold the reanimated remains of a scientist, Johann Ross, who in a scripted event states to you multiple times to stop the Warden unit. There are multiple bodies laying around the station with exploded heads, and the skill you possess that allows you to hear the last moments of the deceased doesn't work on any of them. You find some diary entries explaining how the Warden unit seems to be more hostile now that Johann Ross has come on board, and some audio logs play back that the Doctor is receiving complaints from people experiencing headaches.
Everything from the sudden signal amplification in black boxes to having a comatose Dr. Ross locked up in the glass jar. We've all been going a bit nuts.
Tell me about it. Feels like my head's about to explode.
In Dispatcher Riley Herber's office, there's a lot of strange drawings, and they seem to imply that she's been in communication with Johann Ross, and she's going to destroy the Warden unit on his instructions. You find her body with her head removed as it was about to get into a suit and leave. Finally, there's an audio log where you hear a member of staff explaining how people are wiping blood from their eyes, and she screams and the sound of her head exploding can be heard before the log ends. The conclusion could be that the Warden unit overloaded their brain implants and killed everyone at Omicron Station to stop Riley Herber from achieving Johann Ross's goal of destroying the Warden unit, and it uses scripted events, conversations, diary entries, audio logs, and environmental storytelling to do all of this. And this is just one part of a 6-hour game with multiple other areas to investigate. When you think about it, it's an insane amount of effort to convey a story, so taking the time to do it is really worth the praise, and it's a story worth telling, because at least to me, it's intriguing. Like the events in Omicron, the backstory is the thing that happened before you arrived, the events before the game. For Alone in the Dark, it's the foreboding history of the Morton family, and it's told through the journals and archives found in the library. It's there to bring the characters to life, and in the case of the Morton family, colour in the faded and long dead characters that you won't get to meet. It gives the game so much more personality to know that the weapons that you find around the house were made by the grandfather of the two Mortons you meet in the game, and when you find his laboratory, he talks about creating them and the hardships he went through to create such advanced weaponry. This not only explains why the guns are here, it covers why they're abnormal, and even how some of them work to add realism to the story. Resident Evil 2 has more diary entries that explain the events that unfolded at the police station when the outbreak occurred, logging each moment as it happened, and this works in tandem with the other diary entries and various dead bodies around the station to explain other changes prior to the outbreak, that almost make it seem like Chief Irons orchestrated the downfall of the police department by changing the locations of weapons and generally making it difficult for officers to defend themselves. Fatal Frame is almost entirely backstory since everyone is dead before you arrive. This allows for some brilliantly creepy cutscenes and diary entries that document a character's arrival at the Humira mansion all the way to the death at the hands of the ghosts, piece by piece, bit by bit. A fleshed out backstory paints a scene for upcoming events too, and even the extremely basic text box at the beginning of Iron Lung paints such a bleak picture in your mind with a lot of mysteries that you'll never be able to solve, that it'll be working away in the back of your mind for the rest of the game. The same can be said for I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, which again paints a horrific future where humanity is reduced to 5 people who are being tortured by a godlike computer who's been playing cruel games with them for over 100 years. It sets a tone and lends a hand to the atmosphere. Horror game characters are a mixed bag. There's one James Sunderland to every 5 Chris Redfields. Based on the context of the game, you can expect different things from different characters. In Murder House, it's unsurprising that a lot of the characters are extremely unlikable and written to be antagonistic, since the game mimes slasher movies of the 80s. Most of them can and will probably die. Even characters that seem to be important to the story can flicker in and out of it in a matter of minutes if it's there to invoke an emotional response, however shallow that may be. However, protagonists are often the weakest element in a horror game. Jill Valentine has no personality in Resident Evil 1 whatsoever, and her voice acting is sort of wooden even in the remaster. From playing the game, we can take away nothing about her besides that she wants to find Wesker and the others, and that's as deep as it goes. While sometimes the character being an empty vessel is done to project yourself into the role of the character you're playing as, sometimes it's just because it wasn't considered something worth doing. Then there's the aforementioned James Sunderland, who arrives in Silent Hill after receiving a letter from his wife who died 3 years ago. His voice is always meek and defeated, and the words he says always imply he's on the verge of giving up. He's embraced the impossible for a chance of seeing his wife again, and comes across as a very sympathetic, but also unreliable and delusional character. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, he just doesn't seem like the hero video games expect. He's an ordinary guy who's been pushed to his limit. This is only who James is at the start of the game, from the brief amounts of dialogue he has until he meets Maria. Even after fighting the first monster, his attitude doesn't change. He stays determined to find his wife, even if he knows he won't. Good character writing enhances a story endlessly. The more you like someone, the more you can relate to them, the more you'll feel a sting of betrayal when they do something horrible or something horrible befalls them. It's difficult to get emotionally invested in Jill Valentine, but it's hard not to at least feel sorry for James Sunderland. Nothing hurts a horror game more than knowing what's going to happen before it does. In the beginning of Man of Medan, there's a giant box named Manchurian Gold that begins leaking some sort of liquid that turns into gas. Soon after, people start seeing strange things and acting weird. It's no leap of the imagination whatsoever to envision that there's some kind of hallucinogenic in the box, and lo and behold, as the teens return to the boat 70 years later, they start seeing things too, and eventually figure out that there's some kind of hallucinogenic substance on the boat. Showing the player the box leaking gives them too much information to sustain a mystery. It's just not a mystery anymore, there's gas coming from the box. This makes a lot of the game painful when you know far more than the characters do and have to wait for them to figure it out. On the other hand, there's Paratopic, where it feels like everyone knows more about what's going on than you. The jump cuts in the story make you question everything from who you are to what's going on. You seem to change who you're playing as from moment to moment, and be it what you're doing, where you're going, or what's happening around you, it's difficult to tell what happened at all. You were part of something big, you saw things, but all you're left with is theories as to what it was. The best stories keep the player guessing until the end. In Alice Madness Returns, it seems like everyone is the villain, with each new character taking advantage of her in appalling ways, but none of the blatantly self-centered, greedy, or evil people is the one to blame for the trauma Alice is feeling. There's more symbolism and cryptic clues as the game goes on, with so many things alluding to someone you're waiting to see, some big bad to materialize and explain it was them all along, until you realize the same time she does that the one who's supposed to help her is the one who hurt her. For all the interesting stories you encounter, there are tons of boring and unimaginative stuff that draw their inspiration from the same stale pool of horror tropes. When I write the reviews, I find the story is the most subjective category, with usually the most arguments over it. Everyone has favourite subgenres. Some like stories of blood and gore, some like gothic horror or sci-fi survival stories. No one theme is better than the other, but what we can all agree on is that originality is always cherished the most. Horror games are often victim to imitation, seeing another game or movie's success and making it your own. For the amount of freedom that story writing in horror games allows, the diversity is often disappointing. Horror trappings are hard to escape from, but it can be done. Games like Devotion, Detention, Iron Lung, Alice Madness Returns, Mundawn, Echo Night Beyond, Soma, Sanitarium, Sagebrush. There's so much potential for brilliant and unique games in the future. Thank you for watching today's video. Next time I'll have the final part of the Harry Mason scale videos with gameplay and replayability. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to support the channel on Patreon and get early access to stuff I'm making for Halloween, Until Dawn is finished and up on there to see with Afraid of Monsters, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, and Unforgiving a Northern Hymn coming in the next few weeks, as well as some other random stuff like a mod for Doom called Unloved. There's also weekly updates and stuff which are for free. You don't have to be a supporter to see them if you just want to see what I'm working on. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I also felt sorry for James Sunderland, I did not scream like a banshee or run away from the computer, and I advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. You can always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. Hello and welcome to the final part in the Harry Mason scale videos. If you've seen the previous videos, then welcome back. If not, then you should probably watch the others first, as they all tie into this video in some way or another. This is all of the things that I don't have a specific section for in the reviews, but believe have a relevance in one way or another to the other elements. How you control a game and interact with your on-screen character is something that you only really notice when it's bad. Most of the time it's unremarkable, but often it has a massive impact on how you perceive threats and deal with situations. The tank controls in the original Resident Evil trilogy are usually just considered a product of their time, but I've always thought it was a very deliberate design choice that greatly impacted how the game dealt with atmosphere and scares. As a player, you're very limited in your ability to flee from a situation, and whilst this is less of a problem the more familiar you are with the controls, it can be frightening and overwhelming to find that you can't seem to get away from numerous zombies fast enough. The remake allows for two-dimensional controls, allowing you to move your character in the direction you move the stick in, rather than rotating them in the chosen direction and moving forwards or backwards. And it makes it very easy to walk around zombies and greatly reduces the struggle of getting away. The problem with tank controls is that it'll also annoy a lot of players who will rightfully see it as a limiting factor, because that's what it is. There aren't many developers who are going to be interested in including a feature that's a benefit to the horror but a detriment to the accessibility to some players, plus it comes across as antiquated. Everyone has a right to enjoy games, and the more people that can, the better, but limited controls can make a huge impact on the flow of combat, and that can determine a lot in terms of the horror element. When it comes to combat, there's really either feeling powerful or feeling weak. I found Dead Space was very empowering, and the more I upgraded the weapons, the more death and pain I was able to deal out, which despite the environment and how many enemies I was accosted by, never became much of a problem. They drive home the point to cut off the limbs, and that's the fastest way to kill something. Shoot the legs and then put it out of its misery while it's on the floor. The over-the-shoulder perspective and fluid controls made shooting the right parts of the necromorphs pretty easy, and you can even slow down time and stall them by throwing things at them to make the shots easier. But there's always a bit of dissonance when it comes to making out your protagonist to be diminutive in the face of a giant threat, but also have them wipe out every enemy in every level over and over like your pest control rather than fighting for your life. Rule of Rose's combat is designed to be poor, but it often comes at the cost of the experience. Whilst it's thematically correct for a teenage girl to struggle with combat, the way Rule of Rose handles it is often so poor that it breaks the immersion. A one-on-one fight with a severely hampered boss character with an inferior weapon to me went so badly that it felt like I was fighting the game's combat systems rather than the enemy. The fear drains away quite rapidly when limited controls are making something frustrating rather than challenging. Darkwood's combat is designed to be clunky, but the more you get used to it, the more one-on-one fights you stand a chance of winning. You're only meant to be able to defend yourself, but in tight areas or up against multiple enemies, your chances drop significantly. You have to charge up each hit and then unleash it whilst in range of your target. It's timing and precision, which is the same for the guns in the game. It's difficult and it feels like your fault when something goes wrong as opposed to the game just not functioning properly. The clunky controls stop you from being too powerful without making you feel totally helpless. For all of the reviews that I do, I always choose medium difficulty for a baseline experience, as difficulty can really impact the amount of stress you receive from a game, especially in the horror genre. I find that generally the easier the game is, the less chance of getting scared or stressed by anything that's happening, because either the stakes are relatively low or some element of the game is too easy to worry about failing. Games that are either too hard or too punishing can feel unrewarding or frustrating, and as I've said before, dying too much can really numb the player to the consequences of dying and drain the fear of death from an experience. Death cycles are, in my opinion, one of the quickest ways for players to either give up on the game or stop being affected by the horror elements. If you keep dying a lot, then the fear of failing is less of a problem because you've been through it so many times that seeing the death animation just won't bother you anymore. When I first started playing Alien Isolation, I never found it very frightening, but I found it frustrating instead. I wasn't very patient and died a lot to the alien, but replaying it last year I found the game much more frightening because the amount of time I'd spent dodging the alien and successfully hiding from it made me feel like I was tempting fate over and over again, and eventually my luck would run out, which made it all the more frightening and disappointing when I did eventually die. Save points can make a big difference in terms of the perceived game difficulty. Fixed save points have always made the concept of making a mistake daunting, and having to replay a section of a game puts a lot of pressure on the player to get things right. Dying in Alien Isolation or Resident Evil can send the player back a long way depending on the last time that they saved. Quick saving in Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl is something most players will tell you is required to get through the game with how difficult some of the combat can be, and unfortunately timed shotgun blast or stray bullet to the head can down your player instantly. But in the face of how frantic and frightening the combat is, it doesn't change a lot even having something as powerful as quick save. It's stressful without anything to lose. But without it, the stress would be insane and would almost certainly be frustrating instead of frightening. Quick saving in Fear changes the game radically. The game isn't as hard as Stalker with its bullet time and more forgiving combat, and adding quick saving to the mix makes most encounters just trial and error, removing the punishment of death from the gunplay. Darkwood again has roguelike elements, and whilst the combat can be difficult, it's easier to find yourself on the receiving end of several things at once, like running away from savages and accidentally walking into a bear trap, getting stuck and dying. The game takes away some of your precious equipment when you die, some of which may have taken hours to gather, and forces you to go back to where you died to reclaim it, with the caveat being that you may have to go back into enemy territory with less gear to find missing things, which causes a lot of stress. If you die again, you lose more things and it starts to become hopeless, but if you leave it, you may never reclaim those items, forcing a player into a very difficult situation. The game saves automatically after specific events, and this again puts pressure on the player since you can't undo your mistakes by reloading an old save. Once it happens, you've got to fix it or live with what you did. The permanence can make death seem incredibly foreboding. Ultimately though, there's no way to make difficulty the same for everyone. Every player has different amount of experience with games and everyone is different. Difficulty is always going to either attract people to it or push people away from it, and I'm only commenting on how this can affect the horror elements of games. I enjoy replaying horror games, and many of my favourites I've played several times, and whilst I still really enjoy them, I find that fear is greatly decreased with each playthrough. The problem horror games face the most, especially more linear stories, is just that most of them are only really good once. You can argue that a lot of games are like this, but because of their intent, horror games' effectiveness dwindles rapidly the more it's replayed. Whilst in most games you'll know the plot twists and where to find things the second time around, horror games are trying to frighten you, and the more you know when they're going to try what, the less frightened you'll be. The most unfortunate example is Layers of Fear, because it's a specific sequence of events that doesn't change, and whilst there are a lot of them, the twists and turns in the house's layout aren't going to shock the player if they've already seen them. Scripted events tend to fall apart the second time around, since it's very easy to remember when stuff happened. In Amnesia: The Dark Descent, the first time you open this door in storage, you won't know there's a grunt waiting to attack you in there, but the second time you just won't open the door. The sad thing is that the most memorable moments are going to be the ones ruined the most the second time around. Games with a more organic approach to scares tend to have more replayability. Again, Stalker's combat can happen literally anywhere, and it can be frightening when it's just suddenly thrust upon you. Fatal Frame's ghosts mostly appear in the same place, but if you wander for too long they can randomly attack you. Keeping things fresh is really the key to replayability. In terms of scripted events, the element of surprise is something that you can't really emulate multiple times. The only game that I can think of that uses so many scripted events in a single area that you're still seeing new ones many playthroughs later is Amnesia Rebirth. The fort area has multiple sound effects that play to give you the feeling that you're not alone, many things getting knocked over behind you, things passing by doorways, and there are just so many of them that it's disconcerting no matter how many times you go to the section, on top of its really intense atmosphere. Games like Until Dawn, choose your own adventure games, and things with multiple endings will always have the advantage when it comes to replayability for the simple curiosity to see the extra endings or other content, but even so, they're still rarely frightening the second or third time around. There's a lot of things I don't address in reviews because either they're irrelevant to the horror content or they just aren't important. I rarely mention graphics because it often falls to the sidelines compared to design. A game can be astoundingly realistic but have poor art design. The way things are meant to look often shines through limited graphics, which is why sometimes poor graphics is the art choice. Look at Bloodwash or Paratopic. They're meant to be limited because it either leads more to the imagination or it's just an aesthetic choice that comes across as creepy. Pixel art horror games are here to stay, and I'm always finding games that deliberately lower the resolution on my computer because they've decided low res is creepier. A game's age matters even less for the same reason. Games like Sanitarium are actively creepier now than they were then because they're dated, and Silent Hill continues to age like fine wine with each passing year, making the presentation of the game more and more alien and disturbing than what AAA studios are bringing out. Game type is the only thing that I bring up at the start of every review because it's important for the player to know what kind of game it is: point and click, first person shooter. It doesn't always affect the horror content, once again, with some point and click games being far more disturbing than first person games. All of what I'm getting here is that it doesn't really matter.
Is this a dream? It's gotta be. Not even a kid could believe in this. When am I going to wake up?
This for now is the end of the series. I don't have anything more to say on these, but I don't mind discussing stuff in the comments when I can. Horror games have always been an interest of mine ever since I first played the demo of Amnesia: The Dark Descent back in 2010. I'd never been scared by a video game before, and it was so unusual that even though I didn't have much money at the time, I paid for it there and then. After beating it, I was straight on Google finding other games by the same company and then going out of my way to find the best horror games ever, playing the classics and trying new things. As I've gotten older, I've become more cynical and patterns form with games copying other games and formulas repeat a lot. But there's still a lot of interesting things, both new and old, that keep on making their way into my to-do pile. Darkwood, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, Overblood, and Unforgiving and Northern Hymn are all games that I've played this year that I'll be looking at this Halloween, and I hope as time goes by I'll find more of these games that keep on piquing my interest. I hope you've enjoyed the series. I've spent more time writing these videos than I have working on any of the other reviews so far, and it's been really fun to make them. I want to thank everyone for watching them or reacting so positively to them. I'll have to think of another series to do. I'm thinking of doing genres next. Until next time. Once again, here's my Patreon if you want to support the channel so I can keep on making videos. I also have a Ko-Fi or Ko-Fi as well, if you feel like doing that. My job doesn't allow me to spend as much time on these and other projects as I'd like, and any help would be appreciated. There's a bunch of updates you can get for free on there, including what's coming up next and Halloween schedules for this year. If you do go on there, I should have a video explaining how I make videos, a review of Suite 776, and early access to Until Dawn and I'm Afraid of Monsters, which will be posted on Halloween this year. Again, I'd like to remind you this whole thing is down to my opinion in horror games, and if you don't share this opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I spent a lot of time writing these, I did not scream like a banshee or run over the computer, even though I wanted to, and I advise you don't either. There will be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. In Silent Hill 3, in the distorted Brookhaven Hospital, there's a room that contains a large mirror. It shows Heather's reflection back at the player, and besides this, there's not much else in there except for a sink. But staring at your reflection for a few seconds and you'll notice a growth appearing on the opposite side. Some weird black vines are manifesting and racing across the room. If you wait too long, they'll appear on your side of the mirror. Try and leave and the door will now be locked, and panic grows as you don't fully understand what's happening as the growth's covering the room. Whether you know it or not, you now have a small window of opportunity to exit the room, and you better take it, because if you don't, you'll die. The Silent Hill 3 mirror room is one of the best scripted events I can think of. It's the textbook definition. You go into a room, something happens, it's not an enemy, it's not a jump scare, it's something else. An event. Today we're going to be talking about what scripted events are, how they work, what makes a good one, and their ultimate downfall. In horror games, there's a fine line between jump scares, scripted events, and enemy encounters, and from my experience, a jump scare doesn't always have to have a build-up to it, and an enemy encounter isn't always planned, but a scripted event is usually both, planned and built up to. The problem with the definition is that a lot of things blur the line between other tactics that horror games use. When these sort of things are sprinkled into a game and executed well, then you'll find them unforgettable. They stand out vividly over fighting regular enemies or a one-shot jump scare. A good scripted event can leave an everlasting impact on a player, like the mirror room probably did. But their success and failure in terms of impact pivots on how well they're crafted. A haunted house ride is something I use pretty often to describe games that are heavily scripted, because, like a haunted house, they give you a linear line to follow and things happen to you along the way. In games, this is mostly achieved when players look at something or stand in the right position, which triggers an event. The event leads to another event, and this continues until the game is over. There's nothing wrong with this, but there are a lot of problems that crop up if they aren't executed well. We're not talking about how frightening they are at the moment, let's just talk about basic functionality for now. From my experience, the biggest problem scripted events face is that they're easily missed or don't trigger properly. Even the mirror room can be totally avoided in your playthrough if you don't go into that room. Though, whilst this would be a shame, it doesn't stop the game from going on. But when the game progression is tied to you standing in the right place for the right thing to happen, then the whole game can come crashing down to a halt as it waits for you to do the right thing. In terms of game design, this is pretty basic, but horror games often want to keep the momentum going with thing after thing to keep the fear and tension high. A game like From the Darkness is essentially 40 minutes of linear scripted sequences. It works astoundingly well, and even on a second playthrough, though it was unchanging, the game still had quite a lot of surprises in it. But how it does it is thanks to design. Its environments are small enough that there's not very many places for you to go to avoid doing the right thing, and it won't take any player out of the moment since it doesn't take very long to stand in the right place to trigger the next event. When the environment is so small, they'll get there quickly even if it's by accident. A game like Image does the same thing of having a linear series of events to follow, but it isn't quite as diligent as From the Darkness is with how it handles triggering the events. Image needs you to stand in a specific spot to move things onwards, but it doesn't make it obvious where it wants you to stand. In this scene, all I was meant to do was stand to the right of this bathtub, but there's nothing interesting there to look at, so instead I decided to leave the bathroom, which is very bad for the game since it isn't ready for me to be there. There's a lot of things hanging around outside the bathroom that break the immersion, but the bathroom door was open and there didn't seem to be anything worth examining in that room, so naturally I chose to leave. Normally QA testing will reveal obvious problems like this in the development stage, but with smaller game studios it's not always something that's done, and larger studios often want to ship the game, and even if the quality assurance people did notice it, it's not always something they bother to fix if the time is short. Back to Image, all it needed to do was close the bathroom door or put something of interest in the direction of the spot it wanted us to stand on. But sadly it didn't. Scripted events sometimes need to be in tightly controlled environments where things can't go wrong, where the player can't look in the wrong direction or miss something, where they can't wander off. The level design and scripted event need to work together perfectly, because if they don't, they often just embarrass themselves or lead to triggering whilst the player isn't even looking at them. Though it's worth mentioning that just having the event trigger in a more obvious place would have worked too. In Welcome to Hanwell, a game about exploring the town of Hanwell, you've got a large open world to explore, and you can encounter what seems to be a rather uneventful house. And exploring the upper floor, you can find the lone bathroom at the end of the corridor. There's not much reason to explore the bathroom, but there's nothing else of interest in the house, so you might as well go in anyway. Going in, and the door will shut behind you. Something will pound on the door from outside, before opening again to reveal some kind of alien-like monster. You can't go anywhere but out of the room and see the monster again standing at the end of the hallway. With no other choice but to walk towards it, you'll see a glitch again to be near the front door before vanishing completely. There's a very slim chance of this event not working correctly because there's nothing else to do but engage with it. Ideally, you don't want a situation where players are shoehorned into doing what the game wants, but when something works, something works. This is just my personal belief, but I think as people who play games a lot, you come to feel a sense of dread when you see a long corridor in a horror game, because you know something will likely happen down there. But as a game designer, it's the perfect place for something to happen, where the player has no choice but to fall into your trap. Though this can work against the game, as knowing something is coming can totally disarm it when it arrives. Predictability is the natural enemy of the scripted event. One of the reasons why the Callisto Protocol, which is a game about escaping a prison moon filled with mutant enemies, felt predictable to so many despite them never having played it before, was how it framed certain things. This one door opening sequence takes ever so slightly longer than what the player is used to, which is why it will set off a red flag to them. They'll know something is about to happen, even if they don't know what it is. Paranoia is something every horror game player will experience to some degree. It's a horror game, things are meant to be happening to you, and any slight thing the game does to telegraph this is much more obvious to them in this state. So when something does happen, you'll see an abnormality, and then it feels predictable. Because it is. It makes sense on paper though to think that the player won't be ready for the 20th animation to have a surprise in store for them, but because this specific event takes longer than normal, then they've already ruined it by giving away too much. The other biggest problem the scripted events suffer from is that they never change. Replayability in horror games is a video in itself, but most horror experiences are down to careful timing to capitalize on your sensibilities. It's worth checking out every door in Amnesia: The Dark Descent, but no, not always. And whilst the first time I was scared senseless of this door, every subsequent playthrough I avoided it because I knew what was behind it. Whilst Layers of Fear suffers greatly from repeat playthroughs, it contains my favourite scripted event. I brought this up before, but I'll bring it up again. In a certain room there's a fireplace, and you watch a mouse run into the fire, which is a bizarre thing to see, interesting enough to draw you closer. When you walk up to the fire, it goes out, the painting above it melts, you turn around because clearly something is wrong here, and then a human-shaped pile of books jumps out at you. It's got the lure, the tension building, and finally the sting of a jump scare afterwards. But the best thing about it is that if you simply don't follow the mouse up to the fire, then nothing happens at all. It doesn't trigger if you aren't in the right place. It's unpredictable. It does everything right. But is it good the second time round? Of course not, you know it's going to happen. Demonologist and Phasmophobia are both ghost investigation games and follow the same theme of exploring houses with the goal of identifying and purging ghosts. But one of the prime differences between Demonologist and Phasmophobia was how predictable Demonologist felt in comparison. Phasmophobia had a lot of things that a ghost could do, and would do things like project shadows onto the wall, or suddenly appear to move towards you, play with the doors, or turn off the lights. The way it did this felt organic because it would happen in different locations at different times. It felt dynamic, even though it was pulling from the same pool of events. Demonologist, however, had more specific things, like a ghost moving from behind a dress, or a chair moving on its own, a girl materializing and moving down a hallway. But the issue with all of these was that they happened in the same place every time. So the first time you saw them, they were really impressive, but every time after that, you'd seen it before. Literally the same thing before. Their location didn't change, so at some point you'd expect the chair to move, or the girl to run down the hallway, whereas Phasmophobia's ghost would appear in different locations, cause random items to move, random doors to open and close, random lights to switch on and off, and it kept you guessing what it would do next. It's extremely important to add variety to a game where you'll be returning to the same environments over and over, and Phasmophobia has a lot of events and a lot of environments, whereas Demonologist, at least at the time of my original review, had one location and very little variety.
Hello?
To talk about variety in scripted events, look no further than The Mortuary Assistant, where you play as Rebecca, who's trying to purge a demon from herself and the bodies she's preparing. The game uses a frankly astounding number of different scripted events in the same environment to make each playthrough terrifying and unique multiple times later, even being more enticing to come back to so you can witness the different things. Like I stated in the review of it, even the same scripted event affected me in different ways based on my location, with one event portraying a white-faced demon that leans out from behind a shelf. My first encounter with it was unnerving as I saw it looking at me from across the room, and as I walked towards it, it disappeared. But on my second encounter, I was working on a body and turned around to see it staring at me, and needless to say, it really startled me. The only downside to Mortuary Assistant is that whilst variety is good, some things just won't be scary to some people, but you can never really escape that. What I consider to be a good scripted event, some may find totally uninteresting. Whilst trying to find some more info on the Silent Hill Mirror Room, I saw some forum posts saying that they didn't find it scary at all. And that's the fate of all horror games, you can never cater to everyone and scare everyone. Which brings me to the last example, from Amnesia Rebirth, where in the fort section of the game, Tassi Trianon walks in to try and find parts for the tank outside to get it going. And the fort itself is one of the most tense areas of the game, for me at least. There's supposedly several monsters lurking around the area, and you find skewered and mangled French soldiers who had previously manned the fort. There's talk of them being attacked and picked off by ghouls, and the entire time you spend in the fort it feels like something is watching you. The more you move around, the more little things you'll see from the corner of your eye, something moving past something, the sound of footsteps going down the hallway, a door closing in the distance. As far as scripted events go, there are so many in the fort that it makes the entire area deeply unsettling to me, but I know several people who weren't affected at all. The effectiveness of scripted events is something you can always work towards, crafting something immaculate, but something you can never really master. Nothing will scare everyone 100% of the time, but as I've learned from making videos, it is better to take pride in something that's really well crafted than something that everyone likes. The conclusion might be that they're good but will never be great, but they're an admirable goal nonetheless. That's all for today's video. Next time I want to ask the question of if video game cutscenes are scary. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Jump scares. They're a trope in horror we can probably never really escape. The idea of a short shock permeates nearly every aspect in horror, from movies to games and even live events. And this is really because they work, not every time to everyone, but enough to keep them in circulation. They can feel cheap and predictable, they can feel tired and overused, but when they startle you, is it really fear? Jump scares can sometimes be pretty disappointing and annoying because of how they work. They work in the same way that your leg involuntarily moves when your reflexes are tested. It's a response. You'll usually jump at a jump scare if you don't expect it. It's not a fear you have, it's a natural reaction to something unexpected. When a loud noise surprises you, it's less about being afraid of the noise and more about its unexpected nature. You probably aren't afraid of loud noises, it's just a reaction to being startled. In this video I'm going to talk about jump scares, a tactic that's destined to exist as the punctuation that ends great sentences. In a recent poll I asked you guys if you liked jump scares, and the overwhelming majority of you replied with "only if they're earned," which is a very valid response. But the real question is, how do you earn a jump scare? I have one example from Five Nights at Freddy's, but I think it's one of the best examples of a jump scare earned. It's less about startling the player and more about bringing an end to the tension and dread, and the end is a loud noise and a screaming face. When you play Five Nights at Freddy's, the jump scare is what you're trying to avoid, but it isn't the most frightening thing. Arguably, it's the dread. the anxiety as you play, the feeling that the jump scare is coming, the one of the animatronics has already won and you're on borrowed time, when the door won't shut, when the power is out, when you're at the pit of despair and can go no further, then the jump scare arrives, the full stop. And after that, it's over. This is what I think it should be like, to the point where things that build up to the jump scare are arguably worse than the jump scare, and it exists to bring an end to it, the full stop. The problem is that for the vast majority of things, it's not like that. Jump scares are sometimes just used because they can be. More of a comma than a full stop, and their overuse is the shortest route to the resentment or boredom of a piece of media. A cheap jump scare really consists of something happening because it can, rather than something calculated and worked towards, and leaves you with a feeling that you were tricked, exploited, and tying a jump scare to a game over works in two ways.
Hello? Your pizza's here!
Emily Wants to Play is a game I'm not a huge fan of because of its execution. The game's jump scares are used as a kind of punishment. You fail, you get jump scared. The game follows a pizza delivery guy who delivers to a house he finds in ruins, and the premise is that several dolls owned by the titular Emily require different things from the player. The girl doll only moves when you don't look at it, the clown doll makes you stand still, and the ventriloquist doll chases you. It's basic in premise, and it introduces you to the dolls slowly so you can get used to them. The game gets more complicated than this as time goes on, but let's just focus on the early game. Ultimately, the dolls aren't the only thing that's threatening the player. The lights turn off randomly and the doors open and close at random too. If the lights go off in a room when either the girl or the ventriloquist dolls appear, then you're in for a jump scare because you can't see the doll or know where you're going to escape the ventriloquist. It's too dark. If you're standing in a doorway when the clown doll asks you to stand still and the door decides to close, you'll get pushed and then jump scared because it counts as moving. And when I played the game for the original review, I experienced the ventriloquist doll and the clown doll appearing at the same time. Being unable to stand still and run away at the same time, there's no option but to get jump scared. Whilst making a mistake in Emily Wants to Play and getting jump scared doesn't feel cheap, systems working together to result in you failing and getting jump scared feels completely cheap since it's blatantly unfair. You either couldn't do what the game asked or did anyway and were forced to fail. The jump scares in Emily Wants to Play are effective. They're loud and obnoxious, filling the screen and catching you by surprise, even when you know they're coming. They work. It just doesn't feel good when they do. An earned jump scare lures you in, a cheap jump scare tricks you. But even in a piece of media that earns them, jump scares can be overused like any tactic. But because of their nature, it's often far more annoying when they are in constant use. Getting jump scared over and over gets tiring fast. Silent Breath was released recently and uses the player's microphone and a lot of jump scares to try and get them to scream, and it delivers a game over when they do. And the way it does it is by throwing repeated loud noises, weird events, and things jumping at the player to induce that scream. The goal is to explore the forest and find 5 victims, and in that time you'll get jump scared time and time again with just a few seconds to a minute gap between them. Depending on how long it takes you to beat the game, this can be totally exhausting as the jump scares come thick and fast, with no build-up or tension to them, and many just vanish after they've failed at their task. This not only feels cheap, but after a while the jump scares just don't really work anymore. You get used to it. One of the last things any game developer would realistically want is for the player to become numb to the scares. If the only source of scares comes from jump scares, then getting bored of jump scares reduces the game to just a tedious task. Everyone has a different tolerance to this, but Silent Breath and Emily Wants to Play wore me down quite quickly. Movies don't suffer quite as badly, but there are still some that really overuse them. For the sake of the video, I used Where's the Jump, a website that analyzes jump scares and maps their frequency to determine what film had the most jump scares. And the film at the top of the list was The Haunting in Connecticut 2: Ghosts of Georgia. According to the website, the film has 32 jump scares in its 1 hour 40-minute runtime, and according to their timings, the shortest gap between jump scares is 21 seconds, and the longest gap is a full 8 minutes, so I decided to watch the film. Now, I'm not a film critic, I've just consumed a lot of horror content, but I didn't really find the jump scares as intense or obnoxious as Silent Breath or Emily Wants to Play, but the games at least made me jump. But in Haunting in Connecticut 2, no matter the frequency of its scares, it just didn't have the same effect on me. By the end of the film, I was more caught up in the story. It's a bit of a struggle for me to tell if I was desensitized already or just didn't find any of the film's scares to be frightening, but after watching it, it seemed like, to me personally, even the most jump scare laden movie paled into insignificance before a really well set up scene. Signs is a movie about an alien invasion, and it starts very subtly. A family who lives in the countryside start experiencing strange things around the house and the surrounding cornfield. They think they're being targeted by criminals to begin with, but once these so-called criminals start pulling off the impossible, they start having their doubts. And around a third of the way into the film, Mel Gibson's character walks off into the cornfield at night since their dog keeps barking at the field. Thinking there's someone out there, he takes a flashlight and the following scene unfurls. It's nothing, really, but it still feels monumental because the tension and dread that build up to it gives it that power. Most films that I think are truly terrifying only really have a few good scares. Signs isn't terrifying, I just like the film. Jump scares also suffer from predictability. It's not always easy to explain, but experiencing enough horror games and films can train you to know when something is coming. A slight pause, an odd camera placement, an enticing item in a vulnerable area. Some things just scream jump scare, but you can still be caught by them even if you know they're coming. When you see a long corridor or someone gets into the bath, anything that puts a character into a vulnerable position leaves them subject to the sudden onset of jump scares.
Is that you, darling? Jeff? Oh, are we playing another game?
My favorite game to talk about when it comes to jump scares is Stalker: Shadow of Chernobyl, because whilst it's a very long game, it only has 1 or 2 scripted moments with the intent to scare the player. Jump scares are often heavily scripted and planned to maximize their potential, but Stalker doesn't really utilize the same tactics, and when it comes to discussing its scariest moments, people will often recall an area rather than a specific event because of how it all works. Whilst it's a first-person shooter like several other horror games like Fear, what Stalker does differently is in its sound design and AI. When you play Fear, you can often tell an enemy is lurking nearby because you can hear them talking to each other or walking around. You can see flashlights around the corner, or worst of all, the combat music starts playing in advance. It diminishes the surprise, but the combat is still really fun and Fear's AI is great whilst the combat is going on. Stalker builds tension because it lets you know that enemies are in the area, not with sound, but with a gauge at the top left of the screen, an enemy counter. So you know that you aren't alone, but you don't know where they are. Which takes you back to Five Nights at Freddy's, that sinking feeling that comes from when you lose an animatronic. The panic is there, but in Stalker, it's an ongoing tension that one of the many enemies in the area will sneak up on you or get the drop on you as you turn a corner. If you're lucky, the enemies will shout things from another room so you can prepare, but if luck isn't on your side, then they'll be completely silent. They'll also creep around corners and do a lot of unpredictable things, which makes it harder to guess where they're going to be. Whilst bumping into an enemy can be shocking on its own, what makes each enemy encounter potentially terrifying is how quickly you can die in the game, with a single gunshot to the head being fatal. Bumping into an enemy unpredictably can result in you panicking and spraying bullets into your enemy for them to shoot you a single time in the head and kill you instantly. Though this can go both ways. The thing is that none of the jump scares in Stalker feel cheap because none of it is planned, and there's enough tension to feel like it was a setup even though it all happens organically. Which is why it's easier to reference a certain area when talking to someone else who played the game, because there's so many possible ways things can unfold in them. The narrow corridors of the Brain Scorcher facility and the tight corners in the bandit camp make combat all the more frightening, since you're more likely to turn a corner right into a waiting enemy, but the darkness and powers of the projectiles in the X-18 labs make some more unpredictable attacks from flying projectiles too. There's a lot of great setups for things. And best of all, since the AI behaves in strange ways, you might find the same scenario playing out differently the second time around. But really, jump scares are subjective. People's definitions of earned changes from person to person. You may have found that clip from Signs boring, you may have found Haunting in Connecticut 2 terrifying. There is no right or wrong, there is just opinion, and so much of this video is just opinion. And if you don't share that opinion, then that's cool, I get it. I'd like to point out that whilst I think jump scares are a necessary evil, I did not scream like a banshee or run away with the computer, and I advise you don't either. There will always be more horror reviews in the pipeline, and thanks for watching. And always go check out Bumps in the middle of the night. Peace. What is the scariest game? The simple answer is that it's subjective, and you can never say for sure what the scariest game ever is. It's going to be something different to everyone that you ask. Even if you break things down and try and work it out mathematically, it's still flawed. Take the website Where's the Jump? It's a database where the creators take a film, know every jump scare, rate them, count them, and then they create a score, so that by the figures you can point towards the film with the highest jump scare count and the most extreme jump scares, which is then, technically, the scariest film. But even after going to these lengths, you'll always find someone who isn't affected. I can say this from experience, since after watching The Haunting in Connecticut 2, which has 32 jump scares, the highest the website counted, I found that absolutely none of them really got to me, and some even made me laugh. This isn't bragging, this is just a fact. No piece of media will ever, hands down, be 100% effective to everyone. If they made the entirety of System Shock 2 just the spiders, then for me at least that would be the scariest game ever, and probably the worst game ever. I do not like those bugs. But if not everyone, what would most people say is the scariest game ever? Silent Hill 2 is regarded as one of the best horror games ever by critics and fans alike. But best does not always equate to scariest. It has some frightening moments, but it's more about the feel of the game, the sadness and the loneliness, the sense that you're doing something wrong just by playing the game. Its story and characters are deeply affecting to the player's psyche, and the strange events and environments in conjunction with the music give off an unsettling and uneasy vibe. It's a slow burn type of horror that, whilst very good at getting under your skin, really limits its area of effect to the atmosphere, sound design, and story for a lot of the game. Is the atmosphere frightening? Almost, sometimes, but it's more of an unnerving experience than a frightening one. So, is it the scariest game ever? Probably not. Maybe a question of what even classes as scary is a problem in itself too. Some games are only scary in concept, like Discover My Body. The game is about assisting a patient through a procedure they are interested in and permanently links them to a fungus that will alleviate them of all their loneliness. Since they'll live as a hive mind sort of deal with this fungus they're co-joined to. The game feels wrong in every sense of the word. It's so alien and violating, but the patient is so eager to get it done with the way that they speak to you the entire time through this horrifying procedure. It's easily the most unpleasant game I can think of with such a short runtime. But to say that it's frightening will probably get a lot of people confused, since it's really only a scary game in the way that imagining yourself in the person's shoes is frightening. It's not jumping out to make you scared, it's making you feel uncomfortable. Just like Silent Hill 2. What about the games that are more proactive, trying to frighten you directly rather than affect you slowly? Sticking in the same ballpark, Silent Hill 1 is probably a better argument, that appeals more with its eerie, dated graphics, its unseen but ever-present threat in the form of the town that keeps changing and shifting, and the monsters and creepy events that make no sense or are disturbing or strange. Silent Hill 1 emits a different kind of fear to Silent Hill 2, and the only moments of respite you get are the walks through the quiet, empty town until the radio starts buzzing. Silent Hill 1 musters up an unbelievable amount of dread as you play and really makes exploring places like the Midwich School and the hospital that much more desperate. Is it frightening? Yeah, in several places. Is it the most frightening game ever? Well, it's not a bad choice. Fatal Frame 1 and 2 are both good options also, with the ever-creepy, worn-out Japanese houses and folklore tales about the horrible things people did to people in the name of strange religious beliefs that are always somewhat true within the confines of the game.
Mio? Yeah.
The gameplay is intense, forcing you to look right at the ghosts you're trying to vanquish, and it's clunky enough to put the player at a disadvantage when trying to outmaneuver them. They travel through the walls and can defy logic to keep the combat with them stressful, especially in the first game. You aren't dealing with ghosts constantly, but the atmosphere is ever present in both games, and they often trickle in unsettling diary entries and cutscenes into both games to keep the momentum going. Never do things become overwhelming, but they never let up either. Both games could qualify, but I'd go for Fatal Frame 1, since there are some parts in 2 where the game slows down substantially. Are they scary? Mostly through a combination of atmosphere and combat. A game that gets brought up a lot is Resident Evil 7. And whilst the game presents things that are for sure bound to freak out and frighten the player, like chainsaw-wielding enemies, unkillable murderers, and psychopathic bug women, even a full-on house of traps, but despite this, the game is not frightening throughout, with the boat section being a little slow, and also thanks to the random nature of the roaming antagonists, you stand a decent chance of being left alone for quite a while. But, to its credit, you also stand an equal chance of being hounded constantly. Your mileage may vary. As usual, the difficulties factor into it. Regardless, Resident Evil 7 hits some very high highs, with some really fantastic encounters and chase sequences that occur naturally throughout the house, with Jack Baker surprising you as he appears throughout the game.
It's over, boy.
Even more localized parts like the grotesque boss fight with Marguerite can gross out a player easily, and the highest high for me was a supernaturally charged venture into Evelyn's bedroom. The game covers a lot of bases with its multiple antagonists that cater to many different types of fears, so something is probably going to get to you eventually. But if you aren't afraid of murderers, spooky ghost environments, and disgusting insectoid women, then again, the game will do nothing for you. The game can only scare you as much as you are affected by the things it tries to use, so let's go broader. Extremely high tension and jump scares are often a way to ensure that the player is on edge, and my personal choice for Scariest Game is Cry of Fear. You play as Simon as he explores a nightmare town full of aggressive and harrowing monsters, disturbing nightmare sequences, and supply management that is as brutal as it is fatal if done wrong. Cry of Fear throws challenging and terrifying situations at you time and time again, with the horrifying monsters breaking through walls, jumping at you and ambushing you, screaming or moving unsettlingly. The game pulls the rug out time and time again, dumping you in near pitch-black sewer water with various monsters jumping out of the murky depths below, whilst you're struggling to hold your phone light and your handgun at the same time. Stress is an obvious factor, and all the time that you're stressed, the atmosphere never calms down. But with high difficulty comes high frustration. And the fastest way to lose a player is by getting them mad at the game they're playing. It can happen to any game, really, but when the game pushes you too far, it shatters its own illusion, and instead of a terrifying experience, it's just a game again. Cry of Fear crosses the line a few times in my opinion. Difficult games always run the risk, but still yet another great contender. Let's keep looking. The sensation of being hunted works really well in any game. It's why Jack Baker is such a great antagonist in Resident Evil 7. But he's only around for some of the game. What if the whole game was you being hunted? Presenting Amnesia the Bunker and Alien Isolation side by side as two games that stand out the most when I think of being hunted. Amnesia's monsters and Alien Xenomorph work to the same goal, which is usually to kill or at least inconvenience you as you try to accomplish goals. The two are both quite smart and use the environment to their advantage and to your disadvantage. They're also quick to punish you for your mistakes. The games are both based around stealth, so the tension is dragged out as you creep around, but any noises you make in the game are heard by them, and the overwhelming oppression you feel when in their presence is down to their ability to end your attempt quickly. In many ways, they are part of the atmosphere as well as the main thing to scare you during the game. Amnesia is probably more frightening, but Alien Isolation drags out your torment longer, raising the stress levels extremely high. It doesn't really get much broader than this, while still being focused enough to keep it trained on a specific tactic that works. There are some brilliant games in cosmic horror and psychological horror categories that will almost certainly either terrify or nullify themselves based on catering to the wrong audience. From The Darkness, PT, and Soma all present psychological horror and a fear of the unknown in different shapes and forms. Lisa's terrifying presence and the unnatural looping corridor of PT is enough to drive you mad on your own. Soma's deep, reflective story pushes the magnifying glass over yourself, and its thematics are terrifying conceptually the same way Discover My Body is. And in From the Darkness, it reaches an extremely dizzying high just by being unpredictable and bewildering, but also ominous and unsettling in every facet of its design. But ultimately, there is no Scariest Game, there never will be. It's far too subjective to ever say so for sure, but we tried. Everyone has their own favourite scary game, but there's something I brought up a lot during this video that we'll look at in the future, and that's atmosphere. What game has the best atmosphere? What game pushes players to their limit just by its vibe alone? Will we even find an answer? Check back next time, though next time I'll be looking at horror game graphics. Thank you for watching, and if you want to support me on Patreon, well, that would be great. Thanks. Your entire life, the human experience has been about us, humanity. We are the most dominant creatures on Earth, and there's no competition. No creature smarter or more technologically advanced. We've sent probes into space and studied the stars, and our sciences have created wondrous things that early man would struggle to understand. But the universe is big, terrifyingly so. And to put our achievements into the true picture, here's a little thought experiment. Imagine if the difference in intelligence between a chimpanzee and a human is only 1%. That with you and everything you know, there's only 1% difference in terms of intelligence between you and a chimpanzee. But now imagine that another creature lurking out there in the depths of space is 5% smarter up the same scale. That even the greatest revelations and epiphanies that humankind has ever made is nothing out of the ordinary for these beings. They probably couldn't think down to your level. Imagine the things they could make or do, that we as a dominant species on this planet would regard as magic. Imagine they were real. There's a level of fear that's so primal we don't experience it as the most powerful beings on our planet. But in the face of the universe, it's difficult to continue being so confident when there could be creatures that regard us as ants in terms of intelligence when compared to them. Cosmic horror, or Lovecraftian horror, is the feeling that opener should be giving you. The odd fear of the unknown, being small and diminutive, in the face of something large and powerful beyond our comprehension. H.P. Lovecraft is the man behind cosmic horror, or Lovecraftian horror as it's often called. His work has been adapted into many things from its original source material, and whilst a lot of them are unique and interesting, there's a lot of room for more interpretations on it in the video game medium. But first, let's talk about what cosmic horror is. Lovecraft once wrote what he thought constituted cosmic horror, and it boils down to this. A helpless protagonist in the face of an incomprehensibly large and terrifying being, so old and unfathomable that its presence defies everything we know about existence. Something so unknown and unknowable that it makes humanity seem small and powerless to defy it. So much so that it drives the people discovering it to insanity. Basically, a fear of the unknown with a large helping of existential dread. There are other tropes like fish people and slime that characterize Lovecraft's work, but like blood and bones in horror games, they're not essential, but it's not uncommon to find them there. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Fear of the unknown is something that can be difficult to pull off, but it's not impossible to achieve in video games. Being presented with a monster so horrifying that its appearance sends shivers down your spine is pretty common, but to be truly afraid of the unknown, it has to be unknown. A good start is the lights in the woods at night at Darkwood, the brain of Mensis in Bloodborne's Dark Void. These things raise more questions than they answer, and there's an harrowing type of fear you can associate with them. Everyone is more or less susceptible to these things than other people. I found the brain of Mensis fascinating, but the lights in the woods unsettling, but one of my friends stated the opposite. I myself find things with a visible form to be less frightening than the invisible, like the force that makes people face the walls in the Blair Witch Project. I don't know what it is, but I hope to never meet it. Obviously, the less you know about something, the more wary you become of it. In the film Prince of Darkness, there's a green swirling tube that manages to be menacing because it seems to be clearly powerful, but no one in the film knows much of anything about it, but you feel they shouldn't be messing with it. Fear is a primal instinct, and these clearly powerful artifacts open doors that sometimes can't be closed, which is frightening. In the immortal words of a man about to be vaporized in the War of the Worlds,
Don't fool around with something when you don't know what it is. We're friends! Yeah!
a fear of the unknown is ultimately a feeling. You can't always rationalize it or gain an understanding of something that's going to alleviate that feeling. Through repetition, things like the mysterious lights in the woods, the glass jar, and even the brain of Mensis will lose their fear, as eventually you'll become acquainted with them enough through seeing them over and over. The true horror that lies with all cosmic horror adaptations is the visual medium is just not suited for cosmic horror's most iconic move. There's an inherent fear of the things that you can't comprehend or understand what you're seeing, and luckily, throughout your daily life, you're unlikely to encounter such things. The indescribable holds a special place in cosmic horror as the true unknown revealing itself to a character, best explained in Lovecraft's story, The Unnameable. It was everywhere. A gelatin, a slime, yet it had shapes. 1,000 shapes of horror beyond all memory. There were eyes and a blemish. It was a pit, the maelstrom, the ultimate abomination. You can't show things on a screen that are meant to be indescribable. A lot of the descriptive text in Lovecraft's work will paint a differing image in the mind of every reader, as I'm sure that quote did to you. Everyone's imagination will create something different. In a similar way, I recently talked about a game called Dagon on Patreon, which is an interactive retelling of Lovecraft's story of the same name. It's essentially a reading of the story with a visual environment to explore. If you've never read the story, it's an interesting take on the experience, but if you have, then it'll bring up conflicting ideas in your mind. Whilst the descriptive text will describe even something as terrestrial as a black void, the game will show you someone else's interpretation of it, and it's this disconnect that can make reading his work more powerful than seeing it, but to a much smaller degree. Even with a medium as open and expressive as video games, where you can create anything you can imagine, the human mind is the real limitation. You can't make the indescribable. You can say what it looks like, but the second it has a form, the power it once had is gone. This applies to everything. The movie The Mist attempts to obscure its horror in the eponymous mist, but the creatures you see in it are tangible even if they're weird. Annihilation's otherworldly beings have an abstract shape, even if it's difficult to describe, you can see it. And whilst it might leave you speechless, it's not indescribable. Really, the best way to portray the indescribable is to experience it secondhand. From the words of someone who did see it, their experiences of the unknown and the unfathomable and the subsequent madness. But we'll get to that later. What I think is the best way to portray the unknown in the visual medium is best done in the same way the Blair Witch was done in the Blair Witch Project, to exist ever so slightly out of sight, but to be unquestionable in its existence. Something chased them through the woods. Something made them stand in the corner of that room, and you will never know what it was. Cosmic horror is an opening of the eyes to see the impossible, but while seeing is believing, it's the understanding part where things become truly fascinating and disturbing. This may be disappointing to learn that this is just part 1, but the script is so long and the task so big that I decided to split it into parts to help focus on each part whilst also providing content. I want to say a big thank you to the patrons, and if you're interested in seeing some more Bloodborne, then there's a video up on Patreon if you're so inclined to support the channel. If you just want to chat movies and games, and we've been doing a lot of that lately on Discord, and all the links will be in the comments. Here's the movie credits, and I hope I got away with using these. Anyway, thank you for watching and being patient. This stuff takes time, and I hope it was worth the wait. Sanity is a fragile balancing act that as humans we manage to pull off near flawlessly. Our sanity is something so ingrained into our lives that it's something we barely ever think about. Our world and our perceptions of it are rarely ever shaken by the knowledge of things outside our understanding. But the universe is so large and unknowable that even questions that are relatively basic have terrifying answers that we don't like to think about. Arthur C. Clarke famously said that there are two options. We are alone in the universe, or we aren't, and that both are equally terrifying. But there are so many concepts even simpler than that with answers we can't know for sure. Time. Does it stretch on into the past infinitely, or was there a point where it started? These questions we may never have the answers to, and thinking about them is sometimes difficult, but sanity is the boat that lets us glide over the river of madness without ever falling into its dark black depths. Madness is a large part of cosmic horror, and the way it's portrayed in Lovecraft's work is usually of someone who's seen too much. Last time I told you about the fear of the unknown. Well, now it's time to process what you've seen. Imagine you're an ant stumbling onto a circuit board. To you, it's just strange terrain, dark and metallic with bizarre growths on it. It means nothing of importance to you, and why should it? It's just a different type of ground. But then you are cursed with the knowledge of what it is and what it can do. Terrible vistas of things beyond your previous comprehension are bestowed upon you, and you see the universe in a different light as your ant brain comprehends information and emotions leagues above it. And then as quickly as it was given, it's taken away, and you're an ant again. The things you've seen stay with you as a shadow of a memory. You know what you saw, even if you can no longer understand it like you once did. Awakening from a dream of higher understanding to the ignorance of your everyday life with memories you can't forget. How do you return to your normal life seeing the things you've seen? You can talk to others about it, but they will never understand it like you once did. It's not difficult to understand why the concept of madness is frightening, and while some pieces of media may glamorize it, it is the loss of the self, letting go of the reins of reality, and you're left to float endlessly in a suffering that isn't apparent to you. Madness, like the indescribable, is difficult to experience in horror games, but that doesn't mean it hasn't been attempted. Amnesia: The Dark Descent has its famous sanity meter, as does Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem, and whilst the effects that can befall you are intense and sometimes frightening, they're not the same as losing your mind. Seeing the world warp and contort is just a game telling you to do something. It's not affecting you, the player, and in a way it never can. Things like the doors leading to different places than they went to before, and bizarre locations made up of glitches and other things you won't encounter in real life, are unique to the video game medium, and whilst for a brief moment you might experience some doubt, there's not enough to these elements to ever trick a player into thinking they're losing their mind. True madness is unobtainable, and for good reason. You can't have a game that literally drives you insane. While subtlety can help convince a player that there's something horribly wrong with objects not being where they were before, like Clarence from Penumbra moving doors or making a friend look like an enemy, sooner or later a player will realise they're being messed with, and along with it, sanity is restored. So how do you present madness in a game? In Dead Space 2, Isaac Clarke has lost his mind due to the exposure he had to the marker, and what you experience is the haunting ghost of his dead girlfriend Nicole, as well as messages sent to his brain that he doesn't understand, which is a running theme in cosmic horror media. Powerful beings trying to get through to you in a way you aren't developed enough to comprehend. In Dead Space 2, these are often just visual effects, or another chance for Nicole to scare the player with her great scripted events. It's important to note that most of these examples aren't caused by seeing the infinite or the indescribable. Some are about more traditional psychological and emotional traumatic things. Most of the first half of the film, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, has scenes about people who receive a maddening image in their mind of a place they're meant to go to, but they don't know where it is or what's really being conveyed to them, and they obsess over it to the point that it ruins their lives. And this is the same for a lot of protagonists of Lovecraft stories, plagued by nightmares of things they don't understand. Prince of Darkness does something similar, with the students studying in the church, all having shared nightmares whilst in the vicinity of the green tube I mentioned in the last video. It clearly means something, but they just don't understand what it is. Nightmares and visions is one of the most common ways to convince a player that their character is going insane. Games like Alice Madness Returns and Darkwood allow you to enter the nightmare as a playable area and explore them up close, with the vast majority of Alice Madness Returns taking place in her broken and twisted version of Wonderland, which has enough imagery to paint a picture of the things that haunt her. And Darkwood enables something similar, with howling, impossible areas that really feel like your mind is preying on your weaknesses. Or maybe, like the rest of the environment, you're being corrupted too. In Martha is Dead, you begin to see the derailment of Julia's sanity in the actions she performs, which you can't seem to back out of, and it's almost frightening to behold in the way that her logic, however twisted to the player, is the only logical thing to do in her eyes. You often ask yourself if things really happened, and the game's story becomes convoluted as he tries to piece together the difference between dreams and reality. In Bloodborne, there's Mikolash, who tried to make contact with the Great Ones of that game, and seems to have caused himself to slip into what we might call insanity. His attempts at opening his eyes to a greater understanding are somehow unsettling and incomprehensible, and like the truly unenlightened, if we don't understand it, we better kill it before it does something dangerous. There are a lot of ways to portray madness, from the weird actions of others to nightmares, visions, sanity meters and other things. But like the indescribable, it's impossible to experience yourself. You can't see what they saw, you can't know what they know, and this is where isolation begins. Whilst it's maddening to know things you shouldn't, it's isolating to not know things they do. When you arrive in the fishing town of Innsmouth in Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth, it's very apparent that you're being shunned and ignored. You're the outsider, the one they don't want to talk to or let in. This theme reflects back on Lovecraft and his life, which was mostly spent in isolation, and his works are full of lonely protagonists on the edge of sanity. It's very difficult to not paint yourself into these scenarios when your emotions are this raw, and Lovecraft was no different. Nearly all of the games and movies I've mentioned have some level of isolation. Nobody understands what Isaac Clarke is going through in Dead Space 2. Roy Neary, the main character in Close Encounters, drives away his family with his bizarre actions thanks to the messages sent to his brain, leaving him alone. Darkwood and Alice Madness Returns also feature lonely protagonists. Madness and isolation follow themselves into an infinite spiral. With a film like The Lighthouse, where the isolation of being a lighthouse keeper on so remote of a location seemingly leads the two men to madness, with you questioning what's really happening. Is this supernatural, or is this psychological? There's a higher chance of your sanity deteriorating with no one to confirm what you've seen or reassure you that you're okay. Sanity is a fragile thing. A balancing act so fine that tipping the scales is easier than anyone would expect. And to witness the infinite, to fear the unfathomable, how are you supposed to tell someone what you've seen when you aren't sure yourself? Thank you for watching today's video. There is yet one last and final part of the trilogy, and I hope that you've enjoyed the series so far. As usual, a big thanks to the patrons, and feel free to check out Discord if you want to talk about horror games or films. We are a small piece of something very large, a tiny cog in a machine so incomprehensibly monumental that there's no way to even know how small we are and how big it is. The universe is changing all the time, ever expanding in ways we can't comprehend. And like a grain of sand on all the beaches of the world, our knowledge of it is minute. Everything we have ever known is but a drop of water in the ocean. Lovecraft once said that we live on a placid island of ignorance, in the midst of the black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The sciences, each straining in its own direction, have hitherto harmed us little. But someday the piecing together of dissociated knowledge will open up such terrifying vistas of reality and of our frightful position therein, that we shall either go mad from the revelation or flee from the light into the peace and safety of a new dark age. Science plays a large role in a lot of Lovecraft stories, with scientific explorations leading various characters to discoveries that shocked and scared them. Every god he describes in his writings aren't divine, they're extraterrestrial. These beings at the end of the universe are aliens that operate above and beyond our level of understanding. Whilst science is tantalizing in the things that it presents, the jump forward in the comfort of living, the things it can do for us, the fear is in the day that it knocks on the door of the infinite and something answers. Like Daniel touching the orb in Amnesia: The Dark Descent for the first time and accidentally setting in a series of events where the otherworldly shadow follows and kills people he's visited, some doors that are opened cannot be closed. Who knows if the next scientific discovery is just us blundering blindly into our own doom. The fear of the infinite is not knowing. In 1977, the Big Ear Radio Observatory of Ohio University was monitoring the night sky as it had been for many years, looking for signs of life in the universe. When unexpectedly, it picked up a signal, known today as the WOW signal. Before anyone could process what it was, it slipped out of range since the observatory could only monitor a specific part of the sky for a few hours as the Earth rotated, and by the time the Earth shifted to face the region of sky the signal came from again, it was gone. To this day, nobody knows exactly what was being transmitted from space. It could have been a final cry from a lost civilization, it could have been a broadcast from an intergalactic traveler, or it could have been a message from an unearthly being. We will never know. The universe is terrifyingly big, and dipping our toes into an ocean that massive will undoubtedly entice predators our way. In the story All Tomorrows, the future human race expands and colonizes planets in our solar system, filled with confidence and optimism of their place in the universe, until encountering the Q, a race of extremely powerful beings that toy with humanity as if they're playthings, reducing various colonies to slabs of sentient meat that span the entire planet, or pathetic creatures that were designed as jokes for this race of beings to mock and belittle. Millions of years of a torturous existence with natural evolutions that push us so far away from what we ever imagined humanity could be, whilst living in fear that one day the Q would return. But for every intergalactic being, there will be those who worship it, whether out of fear or admiration. It's a common trope in a lot of horror media. At the entry level, there's a group of fanatics in the film The Mist, who turn to superstitious beliefs when presented with the events unfolding around them, taking part in sacrifices as herd mentality takes over, regressing back into some animalistic instinct that appeasing what they don't understand will somehow result in them being spared the horrors.
We want the boy. We want the boy. No, you get back.
You get back. Boy, get up.
David, grab that boy.
The limits of belief is determined by how far you're intending to go. There's the unitologists of Dead Space encouraging the horrific transformations that the marker brings, the genetic code rewritten agonizingly as they die and are reborn as the monstrous necromorphs. Cults are both easy to present in horror games as something that's so familiar since they're just normal people, but so foreign as an ideology or concept that they're so far removed from what you'd imagine as normal that it's difficult to understand or have any sympathy for them. This isn't real life. The cults of cosmic horror have foregone humanity. The ones presented in Lovecraft's work, like the Esoteric Order of Dagon, obeyed orders and participated in inbreeding with the Deep Ones in a trade for fish and riches, and if you weren't in on the cult, you were the first to be sacrificed to Dagon. Video games present cults as cannon fodder, with you gunning them down in droves, in too many games to count, but there's always more to it. The human behind the cloak still remains, and all that separates you from them is their belief. The problem with many cults in Lovecraftian stories is that it's easier to present them as the antagonists over any real cosmic threat, because for a cosmic threat to be both infinite and impossibly powerful, they can't be defeated. You can't present a protagonist who's both hopelessly weak in comparison to the cosmic being, and yet still have them kill it. The fear is gone once you bring the infinite down to your level. Bloodborne only gets away with this because many of the Great Ones you fight have been left behind in the Ascension, with many of the true Great Ones in Bloodborne's universe existing in planes above the events of the game, only spoken about in text, because you can't perceive their existence. There's a difference, though, between scientists accidentally opening the door to the horrors of the universe and cults willingly enticing the infinite to our doorstep, but the results are the same. But cults can be stopped. Intentions can be prevented. In the film Prince of Darkness, the priest smashes the mirror that the devil was using as a gateway to enter our world, sealing him behind the broken shards. And it's small, but the end can be postponed. The human element, however, is always the weakest part. That goes both ways. Cosmic horrors are never truly defeated, they just go away, back to sleep until their time comes again. But unlike the powers that dwarf us, the cults that worship them are as flesh and bone as you and me. We can't stop the infinite, but we can stop those who want to bring it to us. The hopeless, hapless protagonists of Lovecraft stories contrast heavily with the video game protagonists. It doesn't always end in death, but a victory is always out of reach. It's a short-lived stalemate. Even if you win now, we all lose later. Thank you for watching today's video. It's been a bit of a while since the last one, and I'm unsure if I have anything else to talk about in the cosmic horror spectrum, but if I think of anything, then we'll be back here again. Next time I want to talk about horror game antagonists and what makes the perfect villain in both gameplay and design. I haven't started writing anything yet, and it may be a while before that's out. The next video will probably be Faith Chapter 2, and then it's a bit uncertain as I get closer to Halloween, but I'll try and have some content out there anyway. I hope everyone's enjoyed this series so far. The soundtrack version will be up on the side channel sometime after this video is up, and there will be a link in the comments to that. A big thank you to the patrons as usual for supporting the channel, and I'll see you in the next one. Body horror is the mutilation of the human body. It is the violation and revulsion you feel when you see horrific human transformations or abnormal changes. Not death, arguably worse, and usually presented in unrealistic and nightmarish ways, with its implications reaching parts of the human psyche and breaking into psychological horror. It has layers and it's presented in different ways throughout media, with some using elements of body horror and others making it the main focus. But let's start at the top and work our way down. Body horror, for me, separates itself into two categories: witnessing it and experiencing it. Seeing body horror is a fairly common thing, but it gets progressively more disturbing the further you go into psychological horror. John Carpenter's 1982 version of The Thing has many transformation scenes where the shape-shifting alien takes on another form, and you catch it mid-transformation. You watch as it grows tentacles and strange limbs and things that look like other things, but it's difficult to really tell what it is, where this horrific transformation is going. But it's not human, and the humans in the film show it no sympathy. Even things like Dead Space necromorphs have a level of body horror to them once you realize they're the crew of the Ishimura. The reason why there's no humans on board, the reason why there's skin-colored growths everywhere. You've met the crew, you're killing them. The transformation scenes, especially at the start of Dead Space 2, really drive home what makes a necromorph a necromorph.
I found Isaac Clarke. Repeat, I have him.
Great work, Franco. Be careful. He's been out a long time.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good. Steady. We gotta get you out of this straitjacket. Where am I? Alright, I know you're confused right now. I can explain everything, but you gotta trust me, okay? Listen, you're in terrible danger.
But again, like the alien in The Thing, no mercy is shown to these creatures. Their humanity is gone and they face a similar fate to The Thing's shape-shifting alien. Where things start to get more intense is with System Shock 2. The game is set aboard the spaceship Von Braun, and as the player character, you arise from cryosleep to find the ship has been overtaken by a worm-like virus that's affecting the crew. The crew members you find, the hybrids, have their bodies hijacked by this virus that's known as the Many.
Run. They see you. Run.
It taps into their central nervous system and controls them like puppets. But inside the grotesque outer shells, the minds of the crew are still aware of what they're doing, even if they're unwilling to do it.
Hurry. Run.
They beg for death, screaming to you to kill them as they open fire or try to beat you down against their will. Their humanity is there, inside, but to set it free once again, the only merciful thing to do is to grant them the death they seek. The further you go into body horror, the more ties with psychological horror there are. In Sanitarium, you encounter a village full of mutilated children. Their bodies changed dramatically by the unseen force known as Mother. They live alone as a community in the burnt-out town where all the adults have seemingly gone missing. They play games to their abilities, with some practically crippled by the mutations, and the saddest thing of all is how they don't know any better, that they shouldn't be like that. The childlike mind adapts and they love Mother, the Force doing this to them. It's incredibly disturbing. And possibly the most disturbing one comes from Discover My Body, a game where in a world full of loneliness, a strange procedure is gaining traction, with the goal to eliminate loneliness by being infused with the fungi to experience a sense of community with it. You play as a medical student who has to help someone achieve this union by helping them with a flowering. The patient communicates with you all the way through the procedure, continuing even when their body has changed so much they can't use their mouth to communicate any longer. But thanks to the miracle of science, their thoughts are turned to speech so that they can describe to you what's happening. And through this completely unsettling procedure, they are so enthusiastic to explain to you what's happening to them, which is what takes up majority of the gameplay, learning together as you scan their body and they explain the changes to you. Things like inhibitors that prevent the natural rejection of such an operation in the human body, by the human body, to the human body. It personally makes my skin crawl. The flowering gets completed, nobody is saved, and you watched as this person's humanity was added into the hive mind created by the infection that you helped spread. Discover My Body is one of the most disturbing games I've ever played. And with it, we've reached the end of the top layer. Witnessing body horror is one thing, it's no better or worse than what's to come, but the feelings you get are different. What we're looking at now is body horror happening to the character you're playing as, and to that extension, you. Body horror is sometimes a slow change, and sometimes a brutal act. Outlast has a wide cast of mutilated patients, or variants as they're referred to, walking the halls of the Mount Massive Asylum, their bodies broken along with their minds, as part of an awful experiment subjected on them by a corrupt corporation. And despite the fact that some attack you, there's still a sense of sympathy as well as revulsion that's brought about by the people you see hiding under their beds or cowering in the corners of their rooms. You feel sorry for them, but you're afraid of being them. By the time you reach the holding cells, it becomes obvious how this was something forced onto them, and whilst it's difficult to look at them without projecting their ailments onto yourself, it's much harder to imagine what they're going through. But we're here to talk about the Groom, Eddie Gluskin. He's introduced as an antagonist around the halfway point of Outlast's brilliant DLC, Whistleblower. But you meet him at the start of the game before he's dragged off to the morphogenic engine to be tested. He begs for help, but you can't help him.
Hey, calm yourself. This is a high security...
It's all right, Agent. Mr. Park was just surprised.
And when you meet him later in the game, he's changed radically. The morphogenic engine bringing out an obsession in him with finding the perfect partner, but his idea of the perfect partner is marred by the material he has to work with. Around his area of flowery traditional quotes and sayings, marriage is a beautiful thing, and he seeks to wed, but on the tables nearby are the mutilated remains of male patients who have gone through an unbearably crude sexual reassignment surgery, botched at the hands of Eddie Gluskin himself. He's more of an artist than a surgeon, but not trained in either. Regardless, if he can't find a bride in this all-male asylum, then he'll make one. And that's where Waylon Park, the player character, is brought into it. He sets his sights on you. The concept alone brings about bodily dysphoria in your male character. The idea of being made forcibly into a gender you don't envision yourself as is already deeply personally upsetting, but to have it brutally done to you at the hands of someone stronger, more powerful, and as creepy as Eddie Gluskin, with his disturbing romantic and sexual advances, is hard to stomach. Him trying to serenade you into something that will almost certainly kill you makes this probably the hardest scene in the game. But what makes a lot of body horror so personal and violating is how a great deal of it can be projected onto yourself. When you see someone missing an arm, you may involuntarily wonder what life is like without it. It's instinctual. The ER patient Typhon presents a character who, after going on a hiking holiday, is injured and awakens in a hospital with no arms. It feels like you were robbed, and a great deal of the game is you trying to accomplish goals using just your legs. It's hard to watch your character struggle in these situations, but as the game goes on, the bridge between the short violation of having your arms removed gives away to the sensation that it wasn't the worst thing to befall you. A slower, more creeping dread occurs in Darkwood, Barbertine, and David Cronenberg's The Fly, where the characters in these stories discover they're slowly changing, and in different ways. The Fly is told scientifically, through the lens of someone with a brilliant discovery, whose relationship with a girl is torn apart when they realize their body is slowly changing. Barbertine's is told without any dialogue and presented as a distortion of the perception of the self, through body horror, with their appearance changing drastically through how they see themselves as someone suffering with body image issues. And Darkwood's body horror is revealed to the player slowly. You figure out bit by bit that the howling forest that's claimed so many, created so many mutants and warped the very earth, the one you're stuck inside, has affected you too. You don't need to eat food because you don't get hungry, and gathering mushrooms and injecting them into yourself gives you benefits and side effects. You've changed. But leaving the gore behind almost entirely and going to that extreme other end of the spectrum, there's Soma, a game that takes body horror to the existential level. Heavy spoilers ahead. Simon Jarrett is a normal guy living in Toronto 2015, who after getting into a car accident has his brain scanned in an experimental procedure that changes the shape of his life, or at least one of them.
Hello? Mr. Munchie? Did something go wrong?
He dies shortly after the brain scan, but the scan lives on, and in the year 2104, his consciousness is reawakened.
What the hell is this place? How did I get here?
A lot has changed in the last century, and after an apocalyptic event leaves the Earth desolate, things get increasingly desperate in the underwater research labs of Pathos 2. Simon awakens to find that his mind has been implanted in a cortex chip, a tiny robotic device that's inserted into the spinal column of a dead female worker. But this is a slow reveal, with his perception of himself changing as his brain comes to terms with things. Why can he breathe underwater? Why does his body have a flashlight? And it all comes tumbling down as you realize that despite feeling human, Simon is a robot now.
What the hell? How is this possible? This is insane!
And a lot of the game is him trying to come to terms with his perception of himself, with his friend Catherine, who's a consciousness placed inside a door opening tool. The two ask over and over what it means to be human, with Pathos 2's AI trying desperately to preserve life any way it can, even creating horrific breathing corpses by preventing death in the start of Pathos 2, infusing their bodies with machinery and black gel that mutates their skin in a warped attempt to keep them alive, even if it doesn't know what life really is. Are these people still people? Is Simon? Body horror toys with your feelings. It makes you uncomfortable and forces you to deal with things you'd rather not. Thanks for watching today's video. It was a rough one for sure, and whilst I don't really know what I'm going to do next time, I hope you guys will stick around to watch it. If you're interested in seeing more individual reviews, there's a collection of written ones on Patreon free to view for all, but if you join up you can see the ones I'm working on for Halloween. There's about 6 of them right now, and all the other updates and special videos I do for Patreon when I can. Anyway, thanks for watching. In the modern world, it's hard to imagine something like a pagan ritual taking place. And when they are, it's often comforting to a lot of people to think that this occasion was the outlier, that the situation that led to this is an exception. This event isn't normal, and everyone around you knows it. There's a sense of superiority in thinking that things have progressed since the times when we used to believe in these things, and to some it's fascinating to view it from the outside. But the concept of folk horror is that you end up in a place where you are the outlier, your beliefs are not normal. The key features of folk horror start with exclusion, a rural, often isolated group of people that go by different morals and codes, and you're introduced as the outside element, a trespasser. In Outlast 2, this is Blake's plane crashing in Father Noth's camp. In Fatal Frame 2 and Siren Blood Curse, it's the main characters arriving in the lost and abandoned villages. And in the Blair Witch Project, it's something as innocuous as simply walking into the woods and getting lost. Though, even in games like Mundawn, where it all takes place from the inside perspective, since the player character Curden is from the village of Mundawn, even he seems like a stranger to its now sinister and foreign land. The protagonists of these games and films are often ignorant to the dangers they've come up against. In Mundawn, the antagonist is literally the devil, and Curden is woefully unprepared for a battle in that regard. But even more terrestrial threats like the followers of Sullivan Noth in Outlast 2 are frightening due to the sheer quantity and extremity of their beliefs, which leads to the next part. The real conflict comes from the behaviour of the inhabitants of these places. Whilst Fatal Frame and Siren Blood Curse present twisted monsters and vengeful ghosts, with the ritualistic side of things taking place long ago, films like The Wicker Man that help fan the genre show how on the outside they are just normal people with normal lives. They just believe in different things to you. In the movie, a Catholic Scottish policeman travels to an island in search of a missing girl, but finds that the girl isn't missing as far as the islanders are concerned, and there's a lot of suspicion brought up as to what happened to her for a lot of the film, as Sergeant Howie finds himself isolated and put off by the odd treatment he receives by the locals. But Howie keeps pushing them for answers, his worldview being shaken time and time again by the bizarre things that take place, and behaviour that's frowned upon where he's from. He finds it near impossible to understand that it's just normal here. The churches are abandoned, the graves are violated, his image of what should be is pushed to its limits. The willing ignorance of the people of the town that care so little for the values he lives by is more upsetting to him than anything else, and when he confronts Christopher Lee's character Lord Summerisle about their hedonistic ways, he's calmly and patiently explained that that's just how they live and there's nothing wrong with it. Their crops were failing, and after resorting to a barbaric ritual, the crops returned, things became good again. So they kept going. The thing about folk horror is that it's essentially based on xenophobia, a form of inherent fear generated by other cultures and their religions and beliefs when compared to your own. And in real life, this fear is often misplaced. But in the occasions we're talking about today, there is reason to fear it. Most of folk horror is based on extreme takes on religions, obviously bent and twisted perspectives on benign things that exist, with a film like Children of the Corn showing how a child's understanding of things from the Bible left them in a cornfield with a dead police officer tied to a cross and carving sigils into their chest so they can drink blood on their birthdays. It's a slippery slope of interpretation that leads from the accepted norm to the extreme very, very quickly. The line between evil and a product of a different time is often blurred on purpose to be shocking. The line between a commune and a cult is crossed very quickly in the genre. And the resulting culture shock is where a lot of the horror comes from. Midsummer does something similar in presenting a culture whose life cycle ends with them jumping off a cliff and dying, them choosing willingly to end their lives instead of growing sick or old. And as stranger to the culture, visitors like Danny and her friends in the group are appalled and confused. How could someone ever do anything so cruel, so inhumane? The unfathomable becomes the normal in these situations that they'd never find themselves in. Intolerance to other people's cultures is never going to be something new, but the way folk horror describes many of these cases is in the extreme. A natural repulsion forms, your morals are challenged, a harsh conflict of beauty, cruelty, and barbarism in different eyes of the beholder. Fatal Frame's rituals and isolated towns feel like their actions are deranged, absorbed into an isolated biome of misery, but like every ritual, there's the belief that it works. The harsh reality of folk horror is accepting to the originators of the culture, they aren't doing anything wrong. And as Danny watches her boyfriend go up in flames along with Sergeant Howie and the Wicker Man, there's a sense of justice, that these interlopers were crushed by the things they tried to destroy, the things they refused to respect. And underneath it all is the unyielding, macabre, and utterly disturbing feeling that this is all very, very wrong. Where folk horror tends to split is in its use of the supernatural, with some staying in the realms of just using people and their actions to paint a barbaric picture of violence under the guise of rituals and different beliefs. Then there's the other camp where the reason these rituals take place is because of a literal deity making them do it.
I mean, would someone do that? Well, it didn't fucking put itself there, that's for sure. Could be hunters out here. Bait. Possibly. Or it's the bit they don't show you in the nature documentary.
What could do that, though? Bear? Do bears do that?
I don't know, Dominic, I'm not a fucking bear expert.
There's a certain level of embracing the supernatural that sometimes takes place in folk horror, since things that these people believe in can be real. A lot of the fear comes from the fact that you're in a world that doesn't work to your rules or an understanding. Fatal Frame's various rituals all seem archaic and based in superstition until they turn out to be effective. Sacrificing outsiders to calm raging spirits seems primitive and ineffectual until it works. In the film The Ritual, 4 men travel to Sweden to respect the wishes of their late friend, and the hikers, after traveling off the path, find a shack which houses a strange figure in the attic. Made out of twigs and barely resembling anything human, they dismiss it as creepy. It means nothing. How could it? It's just a weird shape made out of sticks. Nothing like that exists. It's just some weird belief in some fictional deity. They ignore it and decide to stay in the house anyway to avoid the rain outside. But when they go to sleep that night, they all awaken to nightmares, screaming visions of horrific things tinged with the supernatural, and upstairs, in the attic, one of them is found kneeling in front of the foreboding statue, naked and praying to it.
Phil! Phil, what are you doing? Phil, what are you doing? It's okay. It's okay.
In Through the Woods, the children of the village are taken one by one to Old Eric, and this is devastating to the town's villagers. But it's done because of Eric's service to the wolf, who will end the world if he's not continuously fed. Folklore is obviously a key feature, but some of its uses are more recognizable than others. We almost dip back into cosmic horror with a lot of the supernatural elements in folk horror, like the fish people of Innsmouth. They believe in something, and to some degree it's unfathomable. Again, in Through the Woods, it really only starts to hit home the scale of the powers you're dealing with when the entire mountain opens up like a mouth. In the Blair Witch Project, it's never revealed just what they were dealing with the whole time. The forces that conspired against the fateful film crew were always just out of sight, being just sounds or things they saw. There's a fish out of water feel that you can see in the eyes of characters in the ritual. When the devil's face looms in the reflection of the lake in Mundorn, there's powers here far beyond you and your small scope. And the rituals used to keep these forces at bay seem almost unrealistically cruel, which adds yet another layer to the genre. Cruel rituals to satiate cruel gods. Things like the strangling ritual in Fatal Frame sees a rope shrine maiden isolated for years on end, blinded with a pointed mask that removes her eyes, and then secured to a table where her arms, legs, and head were pulled off with ropes. But the ritual is documented enough so you know what this cruel undertaking is for. But it's when it's unclear what it even achieves is when things really start to go into madness. To die for no reason, to sacrifice because you don't know, flailing wildly to solve problems you don't understand. Outlast 2 presents scene after scene of near senseless death to the point where it means so little, but feels so hopeless that the depravity seems to never reach rock bottom. The dream-like villages turn into nightmares. The fairy tale beliefs turn into a slaughter. And the protagonist will either escape the madness or succumb to it. Folk horror is quite a small genre, but I wanted to talk about it. Thanks for watching today's video. I hope you enjoyed it, and the next time I do a video like this, I'm hoping of doing supernatural horror, which will be on the way to doing another series on psychological horror, which I've learnt will probably be a long time in the making due to various games I'll have to recapture, as well as many films I'll probably have to be watching as well. So yeah, there's that, and I hope you're enjoying the Halloween stuff so far. I'm still working on a lot of it, and thanks for watching. The idea of something as unknowable as the Backrooms is tantalizing. A realm of its own outside the laws and confines of reality. This fake, endless space filled with an immense number of corridors and unfathomable number of rooms. Winding hallways with an eerie sound of buzzing lights and the almost but not quite human layout to the otherwise nonsensical landscape. Where does it go? What lurks deeper in the maze? The idea is based off of liminal spaces, the unsensation you get looking at abandoned malls and subways filled with water, empty car parks, the feeling that something should be there, but it isn't. Architecture designed for mass traversal that's empty. Foreboding corridors that go nowhere. The idea for the Backrooms traces itself back to a forum post about liminal spaces, with the idea being pitched by someone looking at a picture of a yellow wall and some fluorescent lights. If you're not careful, and you no-clip out of reality in the wrong areas, you'll end up in the Backrooms, where it's nothing but the stink of old moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, the endless background noise of fluorescent lights at maximum hum buzz, and approximately 600 million square miles of segmented empty rooms to be trapped in. God save you if you hear something wandering around nearby, because it sure as hell heard you. Having no original owner means that it's basically a free-for-all for content creators to add whatever they want to it. Crowdsourced horror has been done before, with Slender Man and the SCP Foundation coming together to flesh out their worlds and lore. Adding more and more until there's no aspect of it that can't be described or explained. The Backrooms is something up for interpretation, and many people envision it in different ways, from multiple level mazes to abstract shape-shifting environments. Some see it as a multiplayer experience where you and your friends don the hazmat suits in many popular renditions of the Backrooms media and explore it together. Escape the Backrooms uses a lot of things established in the popular Kane Pixels version of the story, with the goal being only to escape. The sound of the fluorescents loom overhead, and the corridors and rooms almost make sense or feel like they're going somewhere, but they never do. Things like pitfalls appear, and the monster established in the first Backrooms video makes an appearance as an antagonist. Ironically, you can escape the Backrooms quite quickly and get into the underground car parks, offices and storerooms that are apparently other levels to the Backrooms. The game uses a few tricks like putting in enemy AIs disguised as players and luring you into a trap with endless corridors that lead to something nasty at the end. Inside the Backrooms uses the same idea, with the multiplayer aspect leading to increased monsters, the now synonymous lifeform and other creatures added in. Whilst the atmosphere of Inside the Backrooms is phenomenal, the gameplay revolves around solving obtuse puzzles and avoiding the various monsters by hiding in cabinets. The original idea, to me at least, was always more appealing. The idea of a single person lost inside the expanse, trying to find their way out or explore.
Hello? Hello? Hey guys. What is this?
You can hear this. Please, answer. Can anyone hear me? Listen, we had a problem on our side. The door is shut. We should get it back up soon. Stay right where you are. Don't go anywhere. Oh, and make sure your camera's running. I'm sorry to say this, but it's important we know what happened to you.
The game, titled simply The Backrooms, leaves you alone as a single survivor on an ill-fated exploration crew, with you quickly finding the bodies of your crew and some other people on the radio encouraging you to find a way out.
Seriously, what's the game here? Finally, I've been transmitting for over an hour. Who are you? What do you mean they're all dead?
The game isn't so different from the other two, but again, with people on the radio and being able to communicate, took away from the lonely feeling you get from liminal spaces, and left me craving more isolation. The lifeform makes an appearance or two and chases the player around the maze. The idea of monsters lurking in the endless expanse is toyed with in the original forum post, something that hears you. But really, it's hard to have a horror concept without a monster. Not impossible, but hard. The The Backrooms Free Edition has no real enemies and challenges you to find your way out based on randomized events and procedurally generated backrooms, which makes the exploration literally endless this time. It feels like a step in the right direction to make the backrooms themselves to be the enemy, and the things that happen in the game often leave you wondering what happened, what to be afraid of, what to walk towards, and its roguelike elements can be confounding, but it's still really interesting. Less is More is a school of horror that I've really enjoyed throughout the years. To me, sometimes the build up to the jump scares is way worse than the jump scare. And thinking about it, the Backrooms is the perfect way to apply Less is More, with its environment being static but threatening, dead but seemingly alive. There's the electric feeling of wanting to find out more, but dreading finding out more. Throughout the video, I've been using footage of Dreamcore's demo, which allows you to walk through a series of liminal spaces that resemble swimming pools, and essentially nothing happens. All you do is walk through these somehow eerie swimming pools, climbing stairs and finding yet more white tiles and blue water, through long ominous corridors, the sort you expect to find on a starship, these hulking, imposing structures of blue and white, and at the end, there's a door that always leads back to another swimming pool. Horror without the horror element might be hard for people to fathom. Nothing chases you, nothing threatens you. But unlike the other games we've spoken about so far, you get the feeling that there's something there on the other side of the room, watching from around the corner, waiting for you at the end of a corridor, or lurking just a room away. The other games you knew you weren't alone, that something was there, but here, there never is. It's just another room. So bland and unmemorable that its existence feels worthless and you're trapped trying to find a way out or finding anything that has some kind of impact on what you're doing. It feels futile. It's that relentless. The final game I wanted to talk about is The Complex, found footage. It states that it's a new take on the ideas and it presents similar concepts to Dreamcore, but with the universe of the Backrooms, an ongoing, seemingly unending series of rooms. But unlike Dreamcore, where the repetitiveness of its unchanging environments becomes oppressive, found footage has a sense of progression with its various lifts to take you into other environments, and every new thing you see seems oddly foreboding. A dark room with a single light at the end, a set of abnormally tall chairs and a table that seems to loom over you, situated in a room on their own with nothing else. The unnatural environments and the way they change and morph into other things is unsettling. But there's nothing there. Or is there? A banging noise echoes throughout the halls, but following it leads to nothing. A tap on the elevator makes you think someone is out there, but it opens the door and just reveals some chairs. Music starts playing, Ave Maria drones in from another room, sounding heavenly, and other areas a disconcerting dirge creeps in, and the feeling of tension builds. As it continues, there's a nod to the Kane Pixels version with a series of houses bathed in a red light, and going into the basement of one of them has a series of chairs facing the darkness. And there's something about it, the darkness that leads you to believe that there's something back there. Walking in it is almost unbearable. There's this sense of revulsion. Something is going to happen. This time it has to. I left the room. For me, personally, the most exciting thing about the Backrooms is knowing nothing about it. It's not having an origin, it's just existing. Mysteries stop being mysteries once they're explained, and the Backrooms for me is better left unknown. It's a wild beast, and in the years to come we'll see more and more games that use its essentially free template in which to make games, from monster fests that are thousands of levels deep to the sort of maddening endless nightmare that freaks you out without ever doing a thing. I just wanted to talk about the games without talking about all of them individually. Next time I'll be doing a review on found footage, since to me, it's fascinating. Thanks for watching. Psychological horror is like reaching into pitch black water, looking for something, but you don't know what, and you can't see what lurks in the water you're putting your hands into. Maybe it's the truth, maybe it's a hand that will grab you and pull you under. It's one of the most interesting types of horror, but it's also one that really struggles with coming across to its audience. It's sometimes sloppy, misunderstood, or blunt in a way that leaves the viewer rolling their eyes instead of uncomfortable in their skin. But when it works, it can affect you in a way that no other type of horror can, and there's such a wide variety of ways that psychological horror works. At the lowest level, psychological horror works by presenting a feeling, more than a straight-up frightening moment. Its goal is to unsettle the player and make them feel uncomfortable, and it does this in several ways. Silent Hill 2 follows James Sunderland, who receives a letter from his wife, Mary, who died 3 years ago. The letter tells him to come meet her in Silent Hill, in their special place, and James says at the start he knows it's impossible, she's dead, it can't be real. But despite this, he chooses to follow the letter anyway, driving to the remote town of Silent Hill and leaving everything behind as he walks the forest path into town. You, as the player, know there's something wrong with this. The alarm bells in your mind. She's dead. She can't send him a letter. The long walk into town is weird and lonely. The fog is dense. The music plays an eerie, skulking track as the random sound of footsteps follow you through the fog. All you do is walk. You can't see too far ahead, and all the time there's the unshakable sensation that something is going to happen. But nothing ever does. The feeling of dread sinks in. Why are we doing this again? The agonizing feeling psychological horror presents is in its dread and uncertainty, that the logic behind what's happening is flawed and something is wrong. You threw some dice into a bowl and they turned into teeth. Is something wrong, or were they teeth this whole time? Not knowing is what leads to the feeling. What lies at the bottom of the pitch black water you're staring into? Uncertainty and dread are two of the most typical feelings you'll find in psychological horror. When you know something the character doesn't, or can sense there's something wrong they aren't addressing. Like with James Sunderland, you know nothing is waiting for him in Silent Hill, there can't be. But on the surface, many psychological horror films and games don't make this level of sense. There's a dreamlike quality to many of them, where the conventional rules of reality break away. In the movie Eraserhead by David Lynch, after the bizarre and surreal opening 6 minutes, the next few scenes follow main character Henry as he walks to a destination. His path is often confusing and leaves him looking small against the looming industrial environments. The soundtrack playing heavy, droning ambience, Henry's footsteps silent against the machinery around him. The feeling of dread returns. It creates a disconnect between the character and his surroundings, and it feels nightmarish. Something is off, and without the reference as to what's going on or why it's like this, you're left alone with these unnerving feelings. What can be maddening about some psychological horror is that sometimes the best answer to a question of why something is happening is, I don't know. Movies like Eraserhead have a lot of theories as to what it means. It's all symbolism to represent some aspect of director and writer David Lynch's life and fears. In his book, Catching the Big Fish, he made the scenes, put them on film, but stated he didn't understand them until later. At the time, it was just captured feelings. It meant something to him. But it doesn't need to mean something to you. Psychological horror can go fully into symbolism, experimentalism, and surrealism to achieve its goal of inflicting dread or fear by leaving the real world behind. In Adam Lost Memories, it's explained during the game's opening sequence that the experience is based on the game creator's memories of his fractured home life and features heavy themes of child abuse. But the second the opening is over, it very rarely ever states what it means that plainly, with the rest of the game leaving you alone with its atmosphere and its scenery, and you can sense in these seemingly unrelated environments of futuristic industrial laboratories and dark, closed-off mines that there's an overwhelming loneliness, there's trauma, there's anger, there's hopelessness. Everything is dark, everything is empty. The environments mean something. You can feel it, even if it's not apparent to you. You don't need to be able to relate, you can just imagine what led to this. And that's one of psychological horror's greatest strengths, allowing the player to imagine more terrifying things than it really ever needs to show. When you see a lone wheelchair in a dark room, it's there for a reason. Emotional, environmental storytelling with nothing but a lone object in the darkness. Symbolism is one of the hallmarks of psychological horror and works well with your imagination to allow you to interpret things in your own way. Layers of Fear presents a lot of scenes in the game that represent parts of the main character, the painter's life, and how art has been what he's chased, and how art has been what's ruined his life. From the floating furniture in the basement when the piano plays a tune, to the books rushing out of the walls, and even the rats floating in the bathtub. It's all there to represent a moment, or a fear, or a feeling. Eraserhead once again has one of the more uncomfortable scenes in the film, where Henry has dinner with his girlfriend Mary and her family. There's a point where Henry is given a cooked bird, and when he cuts into it, it wiggles its legs and it bleeds and bleeds and bleeds, and across the table Mary and her mother watch it, and her mother salivates wildly and seems to find some strange pleasure in the act, and all the time the sickening slurping sound of the cooked bird invades your ears as the camera does a close-up of the blood seeping out. Eventually Mary's mother seems to be horrified and runs off. The scene is bizarre and distressing. It means something. The events are deliberate and calculated, but regardless of what it means to the casual viewer, it's horrifying. This isn't normal. What we're seeing here are the manifestations of someone's subconscious telling them something, and a lot of the horror comes from knowing that it's going somewhere. This dread is building towards something. The movie Lake Mungo is a fake documentary about a family's strange aftermath after their daughter Alice drowns in a lake, and there are several clips where you can see Alice being interviewed by a psychic, and she explains to him these dreams she's been having.
Would you like to tell me a little bit about what happens in these dreams?
I feel like something bad is going to happen to me. I feel like something bad has happened. It hasn't reached me yet, but it's on its way. And it's getting closer. And I don't feel ready. I feel like I can't do anything.
Confusing the audience with the environment is something done a lot to force them to lose grip on reality, and as a result, you can feel disorientated. Visage does this with the mirrors in Dolores' chapter, as you walk through them to different points in time and locations within the house. Though things that can be understood are things that can be mastered. The mansion in Resident Evil doesn't change, the layout remains the same, and the more you traverse it, the more you get used to it. Familiar, know where things are. In Silent Hill's Midwich School, the same applies. Its environment has a map that makes sense, and you can walk back and forth between locations to solve item puzzles, until you gather the items required to enter the clock tower. As Harry Mason, you climb down a ladder, walk through a tunnel, climb up another ladder to reveal you're back at the clock tower. Inside the school, the floors have been replaced with gratings. The walls are rusty and smeared with blood. There's hung bodies chained to the walls. The soundtrack has turned into this horrific, dissonant scraping. All the doors you unlocked have moved, and now your map is useless. The school isn't the school anymore, but it is. What does it represent, and to who? Milk inside a bag of milk inside a bag of milk follows a girl as she goes to buy some milk for her mother, and the thought patterns, the justifications, the blending of fantasy with reality makes it hard to tell what's happening. Strange close-ups interject the conversations you have with others, her own thoughts mix up with the dialogue, and you're left trying to pin down the feeling of unease, the anxiety from her strange actions. Psychological horror is there to bypass the sort of logical fear you get from more typical scenarios. Like zombies in Resident Evil, enemy soldiers in Stalker, it aims to replace those threats with the less tangible, as well as fill you with emotions and confusing experiences to bewilder the player, to toy with your perception as to what you can rely on and what you can't, what's real and what isn't, and to make you question the things you see, or trust the protagonist you're playing as. A lot of characters in psychological horror are dealing with something. There's no nice way to say it. Fears grip them, paranoia rests on their shoulders, and trauma, amnesia, and broken memories follow them to their finales, where they either confront these things or lose themselves to them. The dice turned into teeth because they were always teeth. And you get glimpses into their world bit by bit. In detention, checking this mirror in the school reveals the second voice in Ray's head, her doubts and fears speaking directly to her. It knows, she knows, but we've yet to get there. As James Sunderland recklessly jumps further and further down into these dark pits, it feels like you're symbolically exploring his own psyche, groping around in his brain to try and find what's in there, what's causing the torment that surrounds him. Your face is in the murky black water, but you still can't see. Going back to Lake Mungo, each member of the family copes with Alice's death in different ways, and arguably the way that stands out the most is their son Matt, who turns to photography. In his sister's absence, he systematically takes pictures of the back garden every month until his dead sister arrives in one of the photos, making everyone believe she's haunting them. And this naturally gives the family members a shock as well as a feeling of confusion. But there she is, in the picture. And this sends them off on a tangent as they compulsively look for her in photographs and other video footage of local people in the area until they find another supposed picture of her. It gets so bad they exhume their daughter's body to confirm it's in its grave. And of course it is. It's later revealed that Matt edited his sister Alice into these photos, which understandably upset the family and turns them against him. But he says he does it because he misses her, and it means a lot to him. Events like this present themselves in odd ways, and the way people deal with them is sometimes hard to stomach or puts you off the character. Their motivations are sometimes hard to understand. In Fran Bao, young Fran is a 10-year-old girl who, after witnessing the death of her parents, is taken into psychological care in the early 1930s, a famously bad time for practices in mental health. She's given tablets by a doctor to help her overcome the things she's been feeling, but the tablets end up showing her horrific images of headless animals and dark shadows that cling to her fellow patients, their problems visualized. And she establishes it herself as being a nightmare, since the supposed real world doesn't seem abnormal at all. But as the early chapters of the game go on, the question of what the tablets do comes into play more and more, with the nightmarish world they reveal staying the same, but this real world ends up showing more and more unrealistic things, from families of humanoid pine cones to giant talking ants and two-headed girls. But the moment the uneasiness came over me was taking a tablet in the giant ant's house and watching the home give way to the reveal the body of a pest exterminator with ants swarming over his rotting corpse. And I had to ask myself, are her nightmares the reality? Something that media in this genre likes to do is muddy the waters for what's really happening. In Session 9, you watch several workers and their leader Gordon, who is hired to remove the asbestos from a psychiatric hospital, and as they explore, one of the others finds tapes in the basement and begins listening to them. Therapy sessions that go from 1 to 9, and as they progress through the tapes, you find out more and more about a past patient, Mary Hobbs, whose schizophrenia revealed a dangerous personality named Simon.
And where do you live, Simon?
I live in the weak and the wounded. Dark.
Gordon seems stressed, but he's under a lot of pressure. The hospital's a strange and foreboding place, and as the story progresses, there's a mounting distrust from Gordon about the others that may be trying to hinder his progress, and moments where it seems like he's snapping under the stress, but it's hard to tell if the deteriorated halls and rooms filled with writing and haunting tales of patients' past influences are the cause, or if there's something else bothering Gordon. He sits in his car and looks out longingly to his wife and daughter, and they look back with distrust. It's very easy to say the place is haunted, that the building is the cause, that something's in there and it's affecting them. The walls speak to him, but is that all? It makes sense to find the characters you're playing as sympathetic when the trauma doesn't seem to be their fault, but this doesn't stop the main characters from coming across as the antagonists themselves, or even just being untrustworthy. Their strange, warped perceptions, their twisted desires, and their disconnect from reality. Most of it feels wrong, and video games do an especially good job at putting you into the driver's seat. In Martha Is Dead, the titular character drowns in a lake at the start, found on the shoreline by her sister Julia, the main character, who upon finding her parents, assumes her dead sister's identity. This is already a strange act to keep up with, and she keeps it going uncomfortably through the game, but what pushes it over the line is her deteriorating psyche. It has her perform a strange series of bizarre and uncomfortable things, starting with the guilt-ridden dreams where she removes her sister's dead face and puts it over her own, stealing her identity in a morbid way. But soon the dreams become real, as she becomes fascinated by the notion that her sister Martha was pregnant, and goes to the family crypt to find out. The section is horrifying, as everything in you is screaming, "Don't do this," but you're trapped, playing as the villain as she dissects her sister and removes a fetus.
First, I looked for a canvas. Not just any canvas. I had to find a knife. Not one of those bread ones. It needed to be as sharp as a razor. So I used a razor, in fact, and then carefully flayed the skin. Booze helped keep my hand steady.
All the way through layers of fear, you hear in the voice of the protagonist the painter of the things he's done. Collecting a jar of blood reveals he drained it from a corpse. Picking up a piece of skin, you hear that he's using it as a canvas. His deranged butchering of an individual in the name of art is repulsive and shocking. But it's too late. These things have already been done, and going back to the canvas over and over to apply bone dust and blood and even an eye to the painting isn't going to make it what he thinks. It's not art, and it never will be. You know this, but you can't do anything else. You will complete the painting. Your wavering faith in James Sunderland continues to deteriorate through Silent Hill 2 as he meets other people who are experiencing troubles of their own. From Angela, who he finds laying in front of a mirror with a knife, to Eddie, who's vomiting in a toilet not far from the corpse of a man. And the things James says to them is revealing, not about them, but about him, to the point where it seems that Angela is more afraid of him than she is of hurting herself. When a near-perfect, albeit more sexualized clone of his wife appears in a seemingly abandoned town full of monsters, he just accepts it and goes with her, even when she points out that he himself said his wife is dead. James is so devoted to the notion that the letter he received is real that his doubts are dissuaded. It almost screams to you that something is wrong, something is off, it can't be real, but he is headed down this path and you can't stop him. The skin-crawling feeling that psychological horror can present in this way lingers long after you finish playing the game or watching the film. And some of it feels worse because you took part in it. You led them to this, the path they were always going down. There comes a moment in the story that the character confronts their trauma. The moment where the dam breaks down and shows them for what they did, or what happened to them. And it's one of the most pivotal parts of the story, coming to terms with it. This part of the video will contain the heaviest spoilers. If you've not played or watched any of the things I've spoken about so far, then it's time to stop watching. But if you've made it this far, then thank you. Not many stories in psychological horror have good endings. Either they are redeemed, or they are consumed. This is often where the genre is handled poorly, with many endings in media being underwhelming to say the least, and some reducing everything the character struggled for a simple conclusion feels unrewarding. Many characters cannot escape what they've started, and Silent Hill 2 has many endings, determined on by what you do throughout the game. But as it nears the end, you can examine the letter you received at the start of the game, and it plainly tells you the stationery is blank. There was no letter, just a man who returned to the hotel he spent time with his wife in before she died. But it's more insidious than that. The letter just confirms that something is wrong, but the root cause of it stems from more. James's wife Mary was sick with an incurable disease. He says it at the start, but never gives up hope that somehow she'll be alive in this nightmare. When he gets to the hotel, he finds a videotape. A strange home movie plays that cuts up the memories of his wife when she was healthy, with the footage of him killing her. And whilst this videotape is probably also not real, you know his psyche has given to him the source of his guilt. Here it is, the root cause. And that's the reason for the town being like it is. For Maria, the sexualized clone, to die over and over is James robbing himself of what he desired and torturing him for what he did. Even if he did it to free her from the pain of dying from the illness, he can't escape what he's done, and the town won't let him either. The plot twist is the most powerful move a psychological horror game can pull. Gordon is a man who's under a lot of stress, and whilst he started off seeming a little troubled, the spiraling really comes from everything from his distrust in his co-workers to the stress of his job, the mounting pressure of his financial problems, and sitting in his car, watching his wife from a distance that pushes him over the edge. He's never even heard the tapes, but he's heard Simon's voice.
Hello, Gore.
Cody? It's me, man. Come on.
His repressed memories leak out of the screen and the lies he tells himself. He turns around and finds a dead co-worker's body, and Phil tells him he did it, but then Gordon realizes that Phil isn't even there. Eraserhead is assumed to be about Henry's inability to deal with fatherhood. He has a deformed, mutated baby, a sultry neighbor who he lusts after, and a woman in his radiator who tells him to kill the child. And throughout the story, Henry deals mostly with his disgust and disdain for his own child. He can't stop it crying, he can't go out or live his life, he doesn't know what it wants, he's stuck with it. And as the mounting anger builds, Henry cuts open the bandages that wrap up the child, revealing nothing but organs inside. The child is without skin, and giving in to his cowardice, he stabs it with the scissors in a brutal act that kills the baby in a strange and nightmarish way. He's free, but disturbed by his own actions. The world breaks, and from here on, it's more surreal as the elements seem to lose control and his world falls apart. And just like that, you reach the bottom of the dark water, and all you see is yourself. Psychological horror struggles to have good endings. Time may heal all wounds, but some scars remain. James Sunderland has endings where he and Laura walk off together, and others where the guilt consumes him and he drives his car into the lake. In a bittersweet end to Lake Mungo, the family eventually move on, leaving the house behind as they go on to live their lives elsewhere. Whilst the horror of what happened to Alice still lurks in their mind, they feel like it's been resolved. In a session with the same psychic that spoke to Alice, her mother recalls a dream she had, where she explores the old house they lived in, and she walks into Alice's room to find she isn't there. There's something warm about this feeling to her, and Alice's mother feels relieved, feeling that she's left the horror behind her as she leaves the house. In a tape before she died, Alice recalls a similar dream, where her mother walks into the room she's in, says nothing, fails to notice her, and then turns around and leaves. She's upset by this, her mother walking out of the house and vanishing. And the film ends by showing a picture of the remaining family, smiling and happy, ready to move on, with a vague figure in the window just behind them. The ending leaves you to stew in your realization. They may be happy, but she's alone. Sometimes the best you can hope for is for it to end. Eventually, in Adam Lost Memories, his abuse ended, in a hazy, scratchy, half-remembered moment of flashing police lights and looming buildings. Life does indeed go on, but the characters that don't make it to the end of the story are the ones that you'll remember the most. It may be disappointing, and you may feel like there was more you could have done. It's deeply saddening, but their nightmare is over. Thank you for watching today's video. This was a real strain to make, and I want to thank the patrons profusely for their support during this time. If you like this video, there is a longer, darker version on Patreon for those interested in seeing it. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you next time.
Raging heart went too far. I will never lose myself again, or I was calling you, did you hear me? I lost my way, lost my way.